Back on the Sweets by Wendy Meadows. Narrated by Lily Jane. Chapter 1. My son, Zach, frowned. "What exactly are we doing here, Mom?" "We're looking at dogs," I tell him. "Isn't that what people do at the Humane Society? Oh, look, that one's cute." A scruffy, long-haired mutt gazes up at me forlornly from a cage near the floor. I crouch down and stick my fingers through the bars to touch it. As soon as I do, it snaps at me, bares its teeth, and snarls. I yank my hand back fast. Cages and kennels line both walls of the enormous concrete room. Yelps and barks resonate off the cold, slippery floor and ceiling. I never saw a place that looked more like a prison. It makes me feel cold and scared inside. I can only imagine how the dogs and cats feel. "That dog might be cute on the outside, but that's about all," Zach replies. "Seriously, Mom, this is a gigantic waste of time. Why are we looking at dogs when we aren't going to get one?" "Why shouldn't we get one?" I ask. "What's wrong with having a dog?" "You don't have time for a dog, and neither do I," he replies. "We both work full-time. You have a business to run, not to mention your private investigations, your boyfriend, your community involvement." "How many times do I have to tell you?" I interrupt. "I don't have a boyfriend." "Oh, come on, Mom," he chides. "Who do you think you're fooling? I see you and Detective David Graham together all the time." "That doesn't make him my boyfriend. I told you we broke up." He snorts. "For people who broke up, you two are as close as you've ever been. You still see him practically every day." I blush at the mention of David, but Zach is right. Our breakup turned out to be a tiny speed bump in the journey. In more ways than one, nothing really changed between us. I make an excuse to deflect the conversation. "I don't see him every day. I haven't seen him in almost 2 weeks." Zach shakes his finger at me. "You can't fool me, Mom. You see him around town." "Everybody sees him around town." "Not like you do. You two talk every time you see each other." "What difference does that make?" I shoot back. "We don't go out together. That's the difference." "You don't go out together because you're carrying this breakup around like the flamin' Olympic torch," Zach argues. "You know he would jump at the chance to take you out the way he used to. You're making a federal case out of breaking up with him when you know you want to get back together with him the same way he wants to get back together with you." "You're delusional, sweetheart," I tell him. "We don't go out together anymore because he's too busy with his daughter. Ariel spends almost every weekend with him, and the weeknights when she isn't around, he has to work to make up the extra time. If you want to invent obstacles to us getting back together, it's him, not me." "Oh, that's a beautiful dog." I stop near the cage of a large, silky Airedale Terrier. It lowers its nose to sniff when I put my hand near it. Then it nuzzles me until I slip my hand inside to pet it. It wags its tail. I read the tag on the kennel. "His name is Bronx. That's a nice name. He seems really sweet." Zach crosses his arms over his chest. "You are not buying that dog, Mom. You would never have the time to take care of him. It would be cruel to him, and you know it." I sigh, gazing at the dog. His deep brown eyes blink up at me in a questioning way. He seems to be trying to communicate with me. I would like nothing better than to take him home. I know. I just wish I could do more to make the world a better place. So many people and animals need help. There aren't enough hours in the day to help them all. You're doing a lot more than most people, Zach replies. You do more than anyone I know, but there's a limit to what one person can do. I know. I turn away from the dog with a heavy heart, but before I can decide what to do next, the door opens and a familiar figure strides into the shelter. Tall, bony Mr. Stewart enters, hefting a 100-pound sack of dog food on his shoulder. He lets it slip off into the corner of the room. "Mr. Stewart!" I exclaim. "What are you doing here?" He spins around, and his eyes widen. "Margaret! Zachary! I didn't expect to see you here." "I could say the same thing about you," I return. "What brings you out of your dog grooming parlor?" He glances around the shelter and rubs his hands together in nervous agitation. I was just dropping off this bag of dog food." I look down at the bag. Doesn't the shelter have its own food delivery? He shrugs and looks away. "Sometimes. Anyway, I'll be off. Have a lovely day, you two." He hurries out the door. Zach narrows his eyes. What's that guy up to? It's not like him to leave his business unattended, I add. The Humane Society is miles away from West End. He must have taken the day off work to come down here. Zach casts a rueful glance around the shelter. Just like us. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake leaving Patty Matthews to run the store on her own? We're doing good business now, I reply. We can afford another employee, and if one of us gets sick or breaks a leg, we'll need someone trained who can take over. The store is too busy for one person to run alone, and Patty knows the store better than anyone besides the two of us. Heaven knows she's proved herself working for free the last 6 months. I just don't like leaving it in anyone's hands, Zach tells me. It's been you and me all this time, Mom. It's hard to let go of the reins, even for one day. I feel the same way, I reply. We'll both keep a close eye on Patty, and if we're not satisfied with the job she's doing, we can always end it. Even so, he returns. We're not getting a dog, so we better get out of here. Besides, I have an appointment. Where? He turns his shoulder to me so I can't see his face. I'm meeting a friend. In Peterborough? I ask. How will you have time to drop me off on your way there? No, I'm meeting them in West End. I can drop you off first. I study him from the side, but he won't look at me. He's been nothing but cryptic about his friends ever since we moved to West End. Whenever I ask about them or suggest he introduce them to me, he gets fidgety and evasive. His behavior is really starting to bother me, but I don't say anything. He's 20 years old. He can make his own decisions. We walk out of the shelter lobby. Just as Zach reaches for the exit door, Mr. Stewart appears, leading Bronx on a leash. Mr. Stewart wears his usual white coat. He comes out of the shelter, crosses the lobby, and exits through a side door where we lose sight of him. I blink after him in wonder. What is he doing here with that dog? After he leaves, I can't contain my curiosity. I approach the reception counter. What is Mr. Stewart doing with that dog? He always comes down here, the receptionist tells me. He comes at least once a week to give the dogs haircuts. It helps them get adopted faster when they're nicely groomed. Does he get paid for that? I ask. The receptionist glances over her shoulder toward the door where Mr. Stewart took Bronx. She lowers her voice to a confidential whisper. No, he doesn't. But don't tell anybody. He doesn't want anybody to know he donates his time. He doesn't get paid for the food he brings over either, and he doesn't want anybody to know he does that either. I don't like to think about the money he has spent on this place in the last 15 years. I gape at her. 15 years? Is that how long he's been doing it? She nods. Then she squeezes her thumb and forefinger together and turns them near her mouth like she's locking her lips shut. I turn away to Zach, who listens in silence. Can you believe that? He donates time and food to the shelter. I wonder why he doesn't want anybody to know. Probably 'cause it would ruin his local reputation as a curmudgeon and a crank. Zach returns. He doesn't want anybody to know he's really a big softy under that crusty exterior. I don't think you're far off with that assessment, I tell him. He makes such an effort to act grumpy and standoffish when he's really a nice man. Zach holds the door open for me, and we make our way to the parking lot. He holds the door open for me to get into his new car, too. After we get motoring down the highway toward West End, he breaks the silence. Do you know what Mr. Stewart reminds me of? What? He reminds me of a jawbreaker with lots of layers, one under the other. He tells me, you suck away one layer and find another one underneath. Most people are like that, sweetheart. I reply. You just have to be patient enough to reveal the next layer. Just when you think you know someone well, you find another layer, and you realize you don't know them at all. He shoots me a crooked grin. I guess some people are more like everlasting gobstoppers. It doesn't matter how long you suck them, they never get any smaller, and they never reveal anything. I laugh. You might be right. He drives me back to our house and parks by the curb. He opens the passenger door for me, and I get out. Are you sure you don't want to? He cuts me off. I'm sure. I shift from one foot to the next and look around at loose ends. Can you at least? No, I can't, he interrupts. I have nothing better to do than to go inside, alone. He waits. I squirm. At last, he turns away and opens the driver's door. I'll see you later, Mom. Have a good day off. When will I see you? I call after him. I don't really know. I'll be home later for sure. I have to work tomorrow, so I won't be out too late. He gets into his car and drives away. I don't want to hang around on the sidewalk like a hungry ghost, so I go inside, even though I don't really want to. I wish I had friends and things to do on my day off the way Zach does. The truth is, this breakup with David cost me more than I like to admit. If we were still going out, we would probably be on one of our picnic dates right now. We could go out to the lake, even if the weather is a little cold. We could admire the leaves changing color and the landscape falling into autumn. Instead, he's busy with Ariel. He spends every day he gets off with her. They both want to spend every waking minute with each other. They want to make up for the last 15 years they've spent apart. He doesn't need me anymore. I don't really need him, but I do need something to fill the time I used to spend with him. Chapter 2. I come out of my office at the candy store and check my watch. It's 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. It's time to open up for another day. I head for the front door, but when I put out my hand to flip the open sign, I catch sight of Mr. Stewart in the street. He walks along the sidewalk, He bends down and picks up several handfuls of trash in the gutter. He stuffs them into the garbage can outside his grooming parlor before going back for more. He clears out the gutters on both sides of the street. Then he goes into the alley between his business and the building next door. While I watch, 4 stray cats and a small puppy emerge from behind the dumpster of the other building. They come toward him, and the cats look up at him and open their mouths. He ducks into his own premises and comes back with a bag and a jug of milk. He pours milk and portions out handfuls of food into dishes behind his business. The animals fall on the food in ravenous greed. Mr. Stewart smiles down on them before putting the stuff away. He doesn't come back outside. He really is a nice man at heart. I just never knew he was that nice. He's doing what he can to make the world a better place. He just doesn't want anybody to know it. Only someone who got to know him would notice something like that. Zach's idea about the everlasting gobstopper comes back to me. Why would someone work so hard to convince everyone they were a prickly sourpuss? Why would Mr. Stewart want to try so hard to hide his good heart? While I ponder the notion, I get busy opening my own store. I unlock the door and turn the sign to open. Then I go to the storeroom and get out the big folding sign that I put on the sidewalk. When I return to the front, I see Mr. Stewart again. He glances both ways before trotting across Main Street to slip into the baker's dozen next door to my shop. A dozen people stand around inside the bakery, waiting for Sabrina Harris to serve them. I trundle my sign outside, but my curiosity compels me to look toward the bakery. Mr. Stewart has been acting so surreptitious lately. I just have to find out what he's up to. Through the bakery's plate glass windows, I see Sabrina serving customers, but Mr. Stewart doesn't get in line to take his turn. He hangs around behind the crowd and rubs his hands together in that nervous, anxious way of his. After a few minutes, Sabrina holds up one finger to a customer and rushes to the kitchen. Lightning quick, Mr. Stewart charges forward. He plunges his hand into his pocket and stuffs a wad of bills into the tip jar. Then he hurries out of the bakery and back to his own building before Sabrina returns. I frown to myself. That is really weird. Donating time and food to an animal shelter is one thing. I can even understand feeding stray animals and cleaning up trash. Now he's handing out cash to local businesses? Why? I get lost in my own thoughts, and my own customers eventually distract me from the mystery. Later, though, after I eat my lunch in the office, Stacy Koontz comes over from the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe. "Hello, Stacy," I greet her. "You look like someone walked on your grave." She doesn't smile and beam the way she usually does, and she doesn't laugh and make jokes either.
"It's the strangest thing, Margaret. I was cleaning out the tip jar after lunch today. I always divide the tips between the wait staff and kitchen staff for every meal shift. And do you know what I found? I found 5 brand new $100 bills in the tip jar. I don't know what to do. I asked the staff what to do with it, and they don't know either. None of them wanted to take it. They thought maybe someone had made a mistake or lost it, and they might come back to claim it. I agreed, so I put it in the safe. What do you think? Do you know anyone who might have lost some money recently?"
Uh-huh. I know where it came from. But now that I have 2 incidences of Mr. Stewart giving local businesses money on the sly, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want them knowing about that either. My shoulders slump. I know where the money came from, Stacy, but I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I'm pretty sure the person wants to remain anonymous. Her eyes spring open.
What does that mean? What am I supposed to do with $500?
Keep it, I tell her. I'm pretty sure the person wants you to have it.
I couldn't do that, she exclaims. $500? I couldn't keep it. No way.
Then divide it between the staff who were on duty at lunch. How many were there?
There were 3 in the kitchen and 2 on the floor, she replies. I always have the same number for every shift.
There you go, I tell her. It looks like the person calculated, so you could divide it evenly. She looks over her shoulder.
I don't think they'll want to take it.
I have to smile. I'm pretty sure all your staff will be delighted with an extra $100 from an anonymous fairy godmother. Tell them it's completely obligation-free, and someone in this community wants to make their lives a little sweeter and a little easier. They'll take it. She peers into my face.
Are you sure, Margaret? I might have to give them the money, and then when the person comes to claim it, I would have to make them give it back. I couldn't do that to my staff.
The person won't come back to claim it. They want you and your staff to have it. They wouldn't have put it in your tip jar if they didn't. She lets out a shaky breath.
Okay, if you say so, I'll do it.
I squeeze her arm and escort her to the door. Is everything else okay? Is business okay?
Sure, everything's fine. I was just freaking out about that money. It just appeared, and I couldn't figure out who left it.
She leaves, and I stand in my doorway, watching her go. When I turn to re-enter my own store, I see Mr. Stewart. He's on his way back to his grooming parlor from Horace Bentley's bookstore. I can only guess what he was doing in there. Without missing a beat, I dodge into the street. I hustle up to him and meet him in front of his building. How are you, Mr. Stewart? He bobs his head.
Capital, Miss Nichols. How are you?
I'm a little puzzled, Mr. Stewart, I tell him. You see, I saw you putting money into Sabrina Harris's tip jar earlier this evening. Just a minute ago, Stacy Kuntz told me someone left a substantial amount of money in her tip jar, too. You're going around giving these people money, aren't you? His lips twitch, holding back a smile.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Nichols.
He winks at me. I compress my lips. All right, if that's the way you want it, I'll play along. Just so you know, I'm wise to your secret. I'm also wise to you donating your time and energy to the Humane Society, and feeding those strays in the alley, and picking up the trash along Main Street. You might not want anybody to know it, but I know you're a really good person underneath. I start to turn away when he calls after me.
You know, Miss Nichols, being a small business owner is no walk in the park. You know this as well as anyone. Most of the people along this street put in long hours to keep their businesses running. They don't get paid for that extra time, and they often run short of cash. That, to me, earns them a little extra something.
I glance back at him. That's very kind of you, Mr. Stewart.
Not really.
He scans the surroundings.
Do you remember when Mark Sheridan came along and tried to buy us all out to build that God-forsaken strip mall of his? After he left my premises, I started thinking, I don't know anything about these people's finances. It would only take a small strain on the bottom line, and they would have to fold. They would fall prey to some unscrupulous parasite like Sheridan, and that would be the end of this charming little town." I watch his face. I no longer entertain any doubt why he's doing this. He's doing it to preserve West End. The West End he knows and loves. The West End, populated by people he admires and likes. The West End where everybody belongs to the same extended family. I'm watching one layer of the everlasting gobstopper peel back to reveal the next layer underneath. I'm seeing a side of him I never knew existed, and it changes the way I see all the other layers. The thought makes my heart contract. I feel the same way about West End, but Mr. Stewart actually took it upon himself to do something concrete about it. He puts his money where his mouth is. He sacrifices his own profits to keep this town beautiful and special for all of us. He shoots me a sidelong grin. "Anyway, I hope whoever handed out that money keeps doing it. I'm sure they are a true Good Samaritan." "I'm sure they are, Mr. Stewart," I tell him. "Have a wonderful day." I wander back to my candy store, but I can't stop thinking about Mr. Stewart. He's the salt of the earth, a true hidden gem. I wonder how many people in this town really know what he's made of. I spend the rest of the day in a subdued, thoughtful mood. I like to think I'm a good person. It takes someone like Mr. Stewart to make me realize how much better I could be doing if I only tried. I have layers too. Maybe the kind, supportive, friendly Margaret Nichols is only a superficial layer. Maybe underneath, I'm really selfish and self-serving. Mr. Stewart makes me reevaluate who I am as a person. I hired Patty Matthews to give me and Zach more time off, but I didn't really need to. I could use the same money to contribute more to this community. I could give it away to people who really need it. I could donate more to opening the community center. I could do 1,000 things with that money, rather than spending it on myself. In the space of a few hours, all my ideas about my life change. I see all the time and effort I put into myself and what I want. I pine and sigh over David and not being able to go on picnics with him. I could be using that time to help other people. What I can't figure out is why Mr. Stewart wants to keep his activities so secret. He must be truly humble. He doesn't want the credit. Then again, he probably wouldn't be able to do half so much if people knew. He certainly wouldn't be able to hand out money to local business owners once word got around. I take a somber look around the candy store. What does my business actually contribute to the world, beyond tooth decay and the local school children? What am I doing with my life? Just then, a piercing scream rips across Main Street. I whip around to see Maria Louise charge into the street from her nail salon next door to Mr. Stewart's grooming parlor. She runs from one direction to another, and she stares everywhere with maniacal, unseeing eyes. Her screams echo far and wide. My hair stands on end, and I run out to see what's wrong. I race up to her and catch her by the shoulders. "Maria! Maria, what's wrong?" She waves toward her building. She babbles something I can't understand. She tries to break away, but I hold her. "Calm down, Maria. Tell me what's going on." I can't understand her incoherent ravings. Just then, Horace Bentley comes to my side. "What's going on?" "I can't figure out what the matter is," I yell over Maria's shrill screeches. "She's speaking Spanish." "I speak Spanish." Horace turns to Maria.
¿Qué pasa, señora? She screams again.
Muerto! Muerto!
Horace frowns.
Muerto? ¿Dónde?
She points toward the alley between the buildings.
She says someone's dead over there,
Horace tells me.
What?
I cry.
Are you sure?
A confused conversation follows. Maria clings to Horace for dear life. I tear myself away. A force stronger than nature draws me toward the alley, but even before I enter it, I see Mr. Stewart lying face down between the nail salon and his own back door. Chapter 3. I sit Maria in my office chair. She shakes and cries, but at least she's not screaming anymore. Horace talks to her in a soothing voice, so I stand back to give him space. I pull out my phone and text David. Mr. Stewart is dead in the alley behind his shop. Please come right away. He texts back immediately.
I'm on my way.
I touch Horace on the shoulder. The police are on their way over. Can you handle things here while I go out and talk to them? He nods over his shoulder while he pats Maria's hand. I slip outside. I go back over to the alley, but of course, Mr. Stewart hasn't moved. I lean in to take a closer look at him. Horrible purple bruises cover his head and neck, and blood seeps out of his nose and his ear. Whatever happened to him, he didn't die of natural causes. I don't see any bullet holes or stab wounds. All signs point to blunt force trauma. I straighten up, but my stomach turns to water. Who would do this? I just spent the morning thinking what a kind, caring, considerate man he was, and now he's dead, murdered. Who would do this? And in such a brutal fashion. Someone must have really hated him to inflict those injuries. A police cruiser purrs up to the alley, and David gets out. I join him on the sidewalk.
What did you find?
I didn't find him, I tell him. Maria Louise found him. She's hysterical.
Where is she?
She's over in the candy store with Horace, I tell him. He speaks Spanish, so he's calming her down as much as possible. David frowns.
I didn't know she spoke Spanish.
I smack my lips. She's Mexican, you clod. English is her second language. She just moved into town and converted the vacant building into a nail salon. What rock have you been living under? He gets out his notebook and starts scribbling.
I have a daughter now, in case you hadn't noticed. I thought you and Sabrina were planning to buy that building to turn it into a community center.
We were. We didn't know the new owners were already negotiating to sell it to Maria.
Huh.
He nibbles the end of his pen.
I don't know anything about her.
Not many of us do, I tell him. She's new, but seems nice enough. She's hard-working, like most Mexicans.
So, what's the story with the victim?
The victim, as you call him, is Mr. Stewart, I return. It looks like someone beat him to death. His face and neck are black and blue, and he's bleeding from the nose and ear. That's all I can tell you, except that I just finished talking to him about an hour and a half ago. He was fine then. He shuts his notebook.
I'm going in to take a look. Do you want to come?
I look away. I've already seen him. I don't want to see him again. He strides down the alley and examines the body. When he returns, he nods and scowls.
I see what you mean. He was definitely killed by someone.
Murdered, you mean? I correct. He was murdered.
Unless it was self-defense,
he replies. Oh, come on, David, I chide. Do you really see Mr. Stewart attacking anybody? This is Mr. Stewart we're talking about. You know as well as I do he could never do anything like that. Someone killed him.
All right, I'll give you that one. I don't really see him attacking anybody either. I'm willing to call it a murder, too.
Just then, the forensics team rolls up in their van. David and I retreat to Main Street to get out of their way. David nods toward the candy store.
Come with me to question Maria.
He frowns at me.
She does speak English, doesn't she?
Of course she speaks English, I snap. How do you think she conducts a business in the middle of Connecticut? She just got upset when she found the body. She was screaming in Spanish, and no one but Horace could figure out what the problem was. He nods again.
All right. Are you coming?
We return to my office. A bunch of rubberneckers mill around on the sidewalk in front of the candy store. We have to elbow our way inside. I find Zach behind the counter.
What's going on, Mom? I saw the crowd, and when I came over, you weren't here. The store was deserted.
Everything's fine, sweetheart. Would you mind covering out here for a few minutes? I appreciate it. I show David into the office, where we find Maria dabbing her eyes and Horace standing nearby. I take Maria's hand. How are you, Maria? This is Detective Graham. He wants to ask you a few questions about Mr. Stewart and how you found him. She sniffs and nods. I went through the back door to take my break. I always walk around the block between customers. It helps me stay calm and focused. I almost stepped on him. That's what surprised me so much. She squeezes my hand and gazes up into my eyes through her tears. I'm sorry I reacted the way I did. I don't know what came over me. It's all right, I reply. It could happen to anybody finding a dead body in the alley. David speaks up.
When did you last see Mr. Stewart, Miss Louise?
I saw him this morning when I opened up. She quavers. I have to tell you, I had an argument with him. I only just moved to this town, and I had an argument with my neighbor every morning since I first opened my doors. It's not good, I know that.
What did you argue about?
David asks. Those vermin! Maria spits the words out with special venom. I told him to get rid of them, or I would call the animal control on him and get him fined. He called himself a dog groomer. He encouraged pests to come into the alley. He created a health hazard. David casts another frown my way. Do you mean the dogs and cats he fed back there? I ask. Maria nods. They make a mess back there, and they always did their business on my side of the alley where the stink would drift into my salon. I told him to stop, but he ignored me. I look up at David. Mr. Stewart fed stray dogs and cats in the alley behind his building. I guess he thought he was being humane to animals.
So you argued with him this morning, David goes on, and Margaret talked to him an hour and a half ago. Neither of you saw anybody else around the alley today?
Maria shakes her head. I was busy in the candy store the whole time, I tell him. I wasn't watching the alley. I wasn't even facing it until I heard Maria scream.
Okay.
David puts away his notebook for the second time.
You can go, Maria. Just please make yourself available to the police for further questioning.
Maria gets to her feet and leaves, but not before the crowd bombards her with questions. David has to protect her so she can return to her own establishment. While he's gone, I go to the counter. You can go home, sweetie, I tell Zach. I'll take over from here.
Are you sure? He asks. You don't need to keep working the case with the detective?
My head snaps around. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? He blinks in perfect innocence.
A joke? Me? Never. I'm just saying you two probably want to work the case together, right? I can stick around if you need to go.
I point toward the door. Go. I can run my own candy store, I think. He slinks out and vanishes. David comes back a few minutes later.
I just talked to the forensics team. They're transporting Mr. Stewart's body to Peterborough for autopsy. They found a perfect imprint of a car grill on his chest and abdomen. He was run down with a car. That explains the bruising on his face.
Well, that definitely wasn't self-defense, I counter. It's real live murder. He leans against the counter.
Listen to me, Margaret. I want you to stay away from this case. I know how you get around murders, but I want you to sit this one out.
You're not worried about me getting hurt again, are you? I ask. Because if you are, I won't. He confronts me.
In the first place, your track record says otherwise. You could promise me not to get hurt until the cows come home, and I wouldn't believe you. You're always getting hurt or in trouble on murder cases, but that's not what I'm talking about. Mr. Stewart was a personal friend of yours. You're too close to this case, so I think you better keep out of it.
Mr. Stewart was a personal friend of yours, too, I point out. I don't see you sitting it out.
That's because I'm the police detective on this case. I can't sit it out.
Well, I don't think I can sit it out either, I tell him. I knew Mr. Stewart. I can't let this go. He was the nicest, most humble man I've met in a long time. He deserves justice. He didn't deserve to be run down in a filthy old alley for something as trivial as... He waits for me to finish.
As trivial as what?
I was about to say as trivial as feeding stray cats and dogs behind his back door, but I don't think Maria killed him. I think her surprise and horror of finding his body was genuine.
So do I, he replies. So who do you think did it?
I shake my head. Now that the adrenaline of finding the body starts to wear off, I feel deflated and exhausted. I don't know. I can't think of anyone who had a beef with him. Did you know he donated time and food to the Humane Society? No one knew. He kept it a secret. Zach and I spotted him down there last week. He hauled 100-pound sack of dog food in there, and then he donated his time grooming the dogs to make them presentable for adoption. Does that sound like the kind of man who had a lot of enemies?
But we all knew Mr. Stewart,
David counters.
He was prickly and grumpy and irascible. I shouldn't even have to explain this to you. A lot of people didn't like him. He had a bad attitude. Now I ask you, does that sound like the kind of man who donates time and food to the Humane Society? Because it doesn't to me.
He went around putting cash in the tip jars of the other business owners, I tell him. He kept that a secret, too.
Did he really? Well, maybe he shouldn't have kept it a secret. Maybe then people would have liked him better.
Aw, come on, David, I exclaim. Give the guy a break. He had a good heart. He might not have been the slickest character on the outside, but he had a soft center. I see him wavering.
What else can you tell me about his activities?
Only that he cleaned up trash along Main Street each morning. He was a good Samaritan, but he didn't want anybody to know.
As I recall, David remarks, the Good Samaritan was known to the person he helped. He didn't try to hide it behind a veneer of pestilence and spite.
I look down at the floor. All right, you got me there.
Listen, I know this case means a lot to you. I won't tell you not to work on it. If you want to help out, I'll be happy to include you. I just want you and me to both be aware that personal feelings could get involved. Listen to what you're telling me right now. You're saying he was too nice to have any enemies, but we both know he had plenty of them. He really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. You have to try extra hard to remain impartial. Otherwise, I'll have to take you off the case. Understand?
I nod at my hands. I understand.
Good.
He squeezes my wrist.
See you later.
Chapter 4. I get home that evening to find Zach on his way out the door. "Hello, son. Where are you headed?" He looks away and drops his keys on the entry table.
"I can't stop to talk, Mom. I'll see you in the morning."
"In the morning?" I gasp. "You have to work tomorrow."
"I know. See you."
I lunge for him and grab him by the arm. "Hold it right there. You're going out at 7 o'clock in the evening, and you're going to be out all night, and you expect to get to work tomorrow morning? I think I deserve some explanation." He pulls free.
"Sorry, Mom. It's complicated."
"It's not so complicated you can't put your old mother's mind at rest." He weasels toward the door.
"I'll be late if I don't go now."
Before I can stop him, he slithers through the door and hurries down the sidewalk. He doesn't take his car, the car he bought with his own savings. That's odd. My maternal instinct tells me to follow him. I shouldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't stalk my own son. That would be too low, even for desperate me. I go back inside, more defeated than ever. I hate my life. I hate all of it. All at once, I rebel against all that despair. I do not hate my life, and I'll be ripped if I sit around and let Zach pull the wool over my eyes. I race out of the house and set off after him. I spot his broad shoulders at a distance. I'm not too late. I hang back in the shadows until he turns a corner. I trail him through the neighborhood until he enters a house a few blocks away. The door shuts behind him. Laughter and music drift through the windows. Is this how he spends his time? Is this how he expects to show up to work tomorrow morning, fresh-faced and alert? I storm back to my own house, but I can't settle down. I pace around the living room in a whirlwind of emotion. What is he doing? Buying drugs? Maybe he's even dealing them. Maybe that's how he afforded that car he doesn't bother to drive. Maybe that's what he's doing going down to Peterborough several nights a week. What can I do about it? If he doesn't hold up his responsibilities at the store, I can stop him from working there. I'm still the sole owner, even if he and I talk about being partners in the venture. I can take away his job, but if he's dealing, that won't make any difference. If he's addicted to something, I have an even bigger problem. This is my worst nightmare come true. While I churn in a tumult of competing scenarios and options, a loud knock startles me out of my thoughts. I tear the door off its hinges and gasp in shock to find David standing there. A cloud crosses his face.
"Don't look so happy to see me."
I cover my eyes with my hand. "Sorry, I'm...
You're what?"
"I have a problem, and I was just trying to figure it out. Come in." I stand back to open the door. He enters, and I lead him to the living room. "What can I do for you? Is it the case?"
"No, it's personal."
He sits down in one of the armchairs while I take the couch. "Wow, that sounds serious," I remark. "What's the problem?" He adjusts his shoulder inside his jacket.
"It's Ariel. I'm not saying she's a problem. I have a problem concerning her, and I want to ask you a favor as a friend."
"Fire away. If I can help in any way, just ask." He nods, but he doesn't look happy or relieved with my response.
"It's like this. Thanksgiving is coming up."
I sit in silence for a while. Is there more to the announcement than that? I already knew Thanksgiving is coming up. Yeah? He shifts in his chair.
"Pauline wants to invite me to their house to have Thanksgiving with them."
"That should be nice," I rejoin.
"Well, I don't think it's very nice," he snarls. "I don't want to go to their house for Thanksgiving."
"You don't?" I ask. "Why not?"
"I want Ariel to have Thanksgiving with me," he thunders. "I've spent the last 15 Thanksgivings alone. Now I have a daughter. I want to spend it with her."
"Okay, sounds good."
"No, it doesn't," he yells. "It doesn't sound good at all."
"Why not?" Is it just me, or is this conversation not going very well? What's wrong with you wanting to have Thanksgiving with your daughter?
"I can't cook,"
he finally blurts out.
"Besides, you know what my house is like. It's a shack. I couldn't invite Ariel over to eat Thanksgiving dinner there. I would be embarrassed."
I frown, trying to put all the pieces together. Hasn't Ariel seen your place yet?
"Of course she has."
Now that he broached the subject, he starts to calm down.
"Thanksgiving is different. My place isn't good enough for that."
I think you would be surprised. Ariel isn't having Thanksgiving dinner with your house. She's having it with you. If you're there, that's all she cares about.
"Well, what about the food?"
he asks.
"I would make a hash job of it. I know I would."
"What about that picnic you took me on? You made perfectly acceptable sandwiches, and even a cake."
"Cake?" he snorts. "Anyone can make a cake. We're talking about a full Thanksgiving turkey with cranberry sauce and stuffing and pumpkin pie and everything. I could never do that. I want Ariel to have a nice Thanksgiving, not a pile of dog meat."
"Well, would it be so bad going to Pauline's? Just this once?" I ask. "You could muscle through this year and spend the rest of next year refining your cooking skills and fixing up your house so you're all ready next year." His face goes hard, and his eyes glint with inner fire.
"Are you making fun of me?"
"Not at all. Okay, scratch that idea. Forget Pauline's. Do you want to have it here? I can cook, and you and Ariel can have Thanksgiving with me and Zach, if you can stomach it." His head swings up.
"Do you really mean it? Would you really do that for me?"
My chin falls on my chest. If that's what you wanted, why didn't you just ask when you first walked in? Heck, you could have texted me to ask, and I would have said yes. He shrugs.
"I guess I'm just socially inept."
Anxious about impressing Ariel, I'd say. I stand up. Is there anything else you want to ask me? I get to the door before I look back over my shoulder. He sits in the same chair without moving. I sink back into my seat and pretend I never stood up.
"It's about Ariel,"
he mumbles.
"She suggested. She didn't come right out and say so, you understand. She only implied it, but she implied it nonetheless."
"What did she imply?"
"She implied that she would like to come live with me full time. She implied that I could get her adoption annulled and get full custody of her. She implied that she doesn't want to live with Pauline anymore."
I stare at him without blinking. Did I just hear that right? I don't think that sounds like a very good idea. She's in a prestigious girls' high school in Hartford. She's a top student. You don't want to uproot her from that. Besides, there's no high school in West End. If she came to live here, she would have to commute to Peterborough, and the school won't be as good.
That's what I told her, David replies. But she got very insistent about it. She even got emotional last Sunday when the time came for me to take her back to Pauline's. She got tearful and asked if there was any way she could stay with me.
My nerves prickle. Do you have any reason to suspect Pauline might not be a good mother for her?
None at all. Not even Ariel will say anything against her.
Then there's no reason to mess with the adoption. I go on. Pauline raised that girl for 15 years. It would be cruel and inappropriate to take her away for no reason, especially when staying in Hartford is the best thing for Ariel.
David nods. I know. I told her that.
So why does Ariel want to stay with you? Doesn't she care about her adoptive mother at all?
She cares about her, David replies. She even loves her. She says she feels like she belongs to me, and that she belongs in West End, and that she never belonged in Hartford. I think she feels bad that she got taken away from me, and now she wants to make up for it. She wants to correct the mistake that got her adopted. She wants to put everything back the way it would have been if she never had been adopted.
Oh. I fall back into the couch. Now it all makes sense.
You know, Margaret, he continues, I'm just starting to realize that even though she's smart and observant and precocious, she's still just a young girl. She seems so mature, but underneath it all, she's just a kid. She needs parents to make decisions for her, and to tell you the truth, I'm not convinced that's me. Pauline has been there for her all along. She's done an amazing job raising Ariel. I don't think I could have done better. I don't want to interfere with that.
I nod, and now I want to support him somehow. I shift over to the chair next to him. Without meaning to, I lay my hand on his arm. It's all right. Pauline is the best thing for her right now. You can assure Ariel that you care for her and that you'll always be there for her. Explain to her that she needs stability, and it's not her job to correct the mistakes of the past. You two can be together and grow together without throwing her whole life into turmoil. He looks over at me.
I knew you'd understand.
Now that he faces me, I realize how close I'm sitting to him. I haven't been this close to him since we broke up. I can see the fine grain of his skin and the radiating fibers in his eyes. I glance down at his lips. When I look up at his eyes again, I find him looking at my mouth. For the first time since we split up, I remember kissing him. I want to kiss him now. I force myself to stand up. You and Ariel can come have Thanksgiving here. We'll have a big traditional dinner with all the trimmings to celebrate your first year together. He gets to his feet, too. All the tension of a moment before dispels into nothing. He follows me to the door.
Thank you, Margaret. Tell me if you need help with anything. I mean, if it's something I can do.
I laugh. I will. Good night. I hold the door open for him. He hesitates in the entry. I sense invisible tendrils pulling us together, but it doesn't feel right to give in. He slips out into the darkness, and I shut the door. My heart flutters. That was close. Chapter 5. I drag myself out of bed bright and early the next morning. I'm on a mission. I get dressed, make breakfast, and drink a cup of coffee, and get out the door at the crack of dawn. I walk around the neighborhood and stake out the house where I followed Zach last night. I take up a position around the corner where I can see the house from under cover. I check my watch 1,000,000 times. The house stands silent as the grave. I don't see any empty beer cans on the lawn or toilet paper streaming from the trees. 8:30 rolls around, and there's still no sign of Zach. If he flakes out on opening the store because he was setting the world on fire last night, I swear I'll cut him a new one. 8:45. The store should be open in 15 minutes, and he hasn't even come outside yet. I seethe in silent fury. I'll kill him. At 10 minutes to 9, I can't wait any longer. I storm into town and stomp down the sidewalk to the candy store. I get there at 2 minutes to 9, but I stop dead in my tracks when I see the folding sign sitting out in plain view on the sidewalk. I creep closer and spot the open sign facing outward. The lights are on. I slink to the door. There's Zach behind the counter with his hair combed and his face as fresh as a daisy. He looks up and smiles. "Good morning, Mom. How are you doing?" I blink at him in astonishment. What the devil is going on? How can he be here, all innocent and perfect? How did he get out of that house without me seeing? I can't even ask without revealing that I followed him or that I staked him out this morning. I can't say a word without tipping him off that I suspect him of wrongdoing. God, what kind of a mother am I? I stumble away, but I can't see in front of me. What am I going to do? I have to find out what he's up to. I have to make sure he's not in any trouble. Not that I could do anything if I did. I bump into something, and a pair of strong hands grab hold of me. "Hey, what's up?" I look up to find David Graham standing right in front of me. He pushes me back and frowns. "Are you okay?" I wring my hands and whine in pathetic misery. "Oh, David, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think Zach might be in trouble. He spent the night somewhere last night, and he won't tell me what he's up to. I'm afraid he's getting into drugs or something." "Are you sure?" he asks. "That doesn't sound like Zach." "I know! I never would have believed it, but you should see how strangely he's acting lately. He goes out at all hours and doesn't come home. He hangs out with strangers and won't introduce me to his friends. It started with him spending too much time with them and wearing himself out, but at least he told me what he was doing. Now he won't even do that. I don't know what to do. Maybe I should do some sort of intervention or something. Maybe I should try tough love. I'm at my wit's end." "Hold it right there, lady," he booms. "Just hold the cotton-pickin' phone. You have no reason at all to suspect that he's in trouble. Has he ever missed a single day of work?" I blink up at him. "Well, no." "Has he ever been in trouble with the law? Ever?" No." "Has he ever brought anyone to your place that made you uncomfortable? Has he ever behaved irresponsibly with money or driven recklessly? Has he ever come home drunk or under the influence after spending the evening out with his friends?" Now that a reasonable person is talking to me, my mind clears. "No, never." "Then you have nothing to worry about," he tells me. "Believe me, I've seen plenty of young people go down the path of destruction. It's not pretty, but I can tell you right now that Zach is not one of them. He might be keeping secrets from you, but it's not that. I promise you that." "Oh, David," I cry. "You have no idea what it's like to be a parent and worry about your only child." He blows out his cheeks and his shoulders slump. "I think I'm getting the picture. Come on, I'll buy you breakfast." He leads me to the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe, where Stacy gives us the usual booth in the back. After we order, he leans his elbows on the table.
Now that we got that out of the way, you can help me with the Stewart murder case.
Okay, what do you have so far?
There were no tire tracks or skid marks from the accident, which is odd because someone must have been going pretty fast to hit him hard enough to cause those injuries.
What injuries are we talking about? I ask.
Massive destruction of the chest wall, multiple fractures to multiple ribs, rupture of the aorta and pulmonary arteries. His heart and lungs essentially exploded from the impact.
Wow, I whisper. It is amazing there weren't any skid marks. How do you account for that?
I don't. I only know we can't use skid marks or tire tracks as evidence, which is unfortunate because it means we have no way to identify the car.
Anything else? I ask. Have you come up with anybody that didn't like him?
David scoffs. Did I ever? The Connecticut division of the American Kennel Club has a folder the size of a large rowboat full of complaints against Mr. Stewart. He tallied up another one just last week at a match show in Hartford. He got into a shouting contest with one of the participants.
I stare at him across the table. Really? Did they say what the argument was about?
The AKC's adjudication team has a binding arbitration policy. They don't keep records of participant arguments. They assume everybody's right, and it's the participant's responsibility to communicate to resolve differences, or some malarkey like that.
Did you at least get the name of the other participant? I ask.
Yeah, it's actually a local woman, one Dia Webster. Her husband is a corporate exec in Peterborough, and she's a privileged house trophy in the western neighborhood.
I wince. That's a little harsh, don't you think?
Maybe, he admits. But she has nothing better to do than to spend her husband's money on her dogs.
What kind of dogs are they? I ask.
According to the AKC, she showed 2 Chesky Terriers. They're a rare breed, and from the pictures I looked at on the internet, they have a very distinctive haircut. I'm guessing that had something to do with her beef against Mr. Stewart.
Great, I exclaim. We should go interview her.
I plan to. The question is, are you coming with me?
Of course I'm coming with you, I fire back. You didn't think I would stay behind after I made such a convincing case to let you include me, do you?
I wasn't sure, he replies. I wasn't sure if you were too distraught about Zach to concentrate on the case.
I open my mouth to argue back, before I realize he's teasing me. All right. Who else do you have?
I talked to Maria again this morning. She says she saw Mr. Stewart fighting with one of his customers, Samuel Rochester. He brought his dog to Mr. Stewart at least once a week, and Maria swears she saw him arguing with Mr. Stewart every time he came in. He has an Airedale.
That's odd, I murmur. I saw Mr. Stewart grooming an Airedale at the shelter. I wonder if it's the same dog.
How could it be? He asks. Maria says she saw this man bring his dog to Mr. Stewart long before you went to the shelter.
I shrug the matter away. Any other suspects?
We found a pending civil court case between Mr. Stewart and his former brother-in-law. It seems Mr. Stewart was married back in the day. The woman turned to booze while they were together, and Mr. Stewart dumped her after many years of trying to save her from herself. She went off the rails, and now the woman's brother blames Mr. Stewart for his sister winding up in jail and addicted to crack and a lot of other stuff. He even left a threatening message on Mr. Stewart's answering service.
I smack my lips. Wonderful. What's the brother's name?
Rocky Morris, he replies. He lives outside of town.
I snort with laughter. That's not his real name, surely.
It's on his driver's license, so it's good enough for me. We can go question them as soon as we finish eating.
He bends over his steak. I study him while we eat. Thanks. He looks up.
What for?
For this. You really know how to take my mind off my problems.
You don't have any problems, he replies. I'm telling you, you have nothing to worry about. Zach is a great kid. He's just growing up, and he doesn't want to share his personal business with his mother. Take it from another man. It happens to us all.
I examine him with my head on one side. I don't see you as ever having been a teenager or a young man like Zach is. I always imagine you as fully grown. Until now, that is.
Well, I was, and I got up to a lot more trouble than Zach ever will. I kept secrets from my mother. If she found out half the stuff I was into, she would have had a coronary.
I have to laugh. I suppose I am pretty lucky.
You don't know how lucky you are, he tells me. Now finish your salad. We have a case to solve.
He pays for us both, and we go out to his car. I cast a wistful glance toward the candy store, but David interrupts my thoughts.
Don't even think about it.
I blink up at him. Don't think about what?
I know what you're thinking, and don't do it.
He opens the car door for me.
Trust him. Just trust him. He's the same guy he always was. Just let him do his job.
I get into the car, too despondent to argue. David is right. I have no reason to mistrust Zach. I have only my own fears to worry me. He drives to the western neighborhood and parks in front of a huge white Victorian villa with perfectly washed windows. A gardener attends the flower beds in the front garden. David and I get out.
This is Dia Webster's house, he tells me. Do you want to take the lead on this?
How about we just work together as equals? I suggest. If anybody has any questions, ask them. Neither of us should lead, and neither should follow.
I can go along with that.
He opens the garden gate. The gardener looks up, but says nothing. As we pass the driveway, David stops and scrutinizes at a large black luxury Mercedes parked in the driveway. He takes out his phone and snaps a picture of it. What's up? I ask. What's so special about the car? He lowers his voice to a murmur.
The car that killed Mr. Stewart had a custom grille. It left a very distinctive imprint in the bruising on his chest. I'm sending this picture to the crime lab to see if this could be the car that killed him.
We don't say any more, and we venture up the porch steps. We knock and wait on the porch until a tall, elegant lady, dripping jewels from every finger, answers the door. She cradles a small, dusky gray dog in one resplendent arm. It looks like a lighter version of a Scotch Terrier, but it isn't that. I don't recognize the breed. One painted eyebrow goes up when she sees us. Yes? David flashes his badge.
Miss Dia Webster, I presume.
She compresses her lipsticked lips. If this is about that heathen Mr. Stewart, you've come to the right place. He was a leech and a snake. He was an eel. She says the last word with such evident disdain that my skin crawls, but David lets it pass without remark.
I understand you had an argument with him at the last AKC match show. Can you tell us what happened?
She scans him up and down with her unflinching eye. It looks like he's going to be the one to take the lead on this one, because she makes me want to run away and hide under the covers. I suppose you want to come in so you can look around. She waves her free hand, and the rings dripping off her fingers glitter. Bangles on her wrist tinkle. She doesn't wait for an answer. She walks away into her house. Another dog of the same breed trots at her heels. She enters a sitting room and arranges herself on an immaculate cream leather couch. The dog in her arms settles into her lap, and the other lies down against her thigh. She strokes the dogs and pretends to ignore us. David stops across the room. Neither of us sits down, and she doesn't offer.
So, can you tell us about your argument with Mr. Stewart?
David asks again.
It was hardly an argument.
She drags her blood-red fingernails over her dog's back.
It was a global thermonuclear war. It would have escalated to galactic annihilation if the AKC mediators hadn't thrown us out when they did. What was it about? David asks. What could cause both of you to get so heated?
He made me lose the show, she snaps.
That idiot botched my dog's clip, and we lost. I confronted him after the awards ceremony. Of course, that moron denied the whole thing. He said he didn't mess it up, when anyone with eyes in their head could see it.
I finally find my voice. What did he do? How did he botch it? She leans forward and sets her dog on its feet on the coffee table in front of her. She positions the creature with its side presented to our view.
Do you see that line?
She indicates a line of long hair that extends from the dog's abdomen down to its knees, if you can imagine a dog that small having knees. The rest of the dog's back and shoulders are clipped close to the skin. A fringe of silver-gray hair waves around its legs.
That line has to be perfectly straight. And I mean perfectly straight. It has to be level with the floor, or it's no good. So you're saying Mr. Stewart didn't cut it straight? David asks. You can see it's not straight, she fires back. I mean, look at it. Anybody can see it's not straight. I never had a chance. I've never been so humiliated in all my life. How do you expect me to show my face at any event after this?
Did the judge say you lost because the cut wasn't straight? I ask.
The judges don't say why they award the prizes to one dog over another, but anyone can see it isn't straight.
Dia lifts her dog back into her lap.
So you argued with him about it at the show? David goes on. I can understand you would have been surprised to see your dog's haircut right there at the competition. Did Mr. Stewart clip any other dogs at the show? He didn't clip Chomsky at the show, Dia tells him. He did it the week before. Of course he didn't clip him at the show. He never clipped any dog at the show.
David frowns.
If he clipped the dog a week before, why didn't you mention it to him at the time? If you weren't satisfied with the cut, why didn't you ask him to correct it before the show?
She narrows her eyes at him.
Now you sound exactly like him. He tried that line of bunk on me at the show. He said he would have been happy to fix it, even though he insisted there was nothing wrong with the line. He gave me a lot of poppycock about having been a judge for 10 years before going into business for himself. He said he knew a straight line when he saw one, and he even challenged me to check with one of the judges."
"Did you?" I ask.
"Of course not," she growls. "I have some self-respect, you know."
David puts his hands in his pockets.
"You see, Dia, this is how the situation looks to me. You got your dog clipped a week before, and when he didn't win, you chose to blame Mr. Stewart. You got into an argument with him at the show, and you both got kicked out. Now, give me one reason not to suspect you of running him down with your car."
She humps. When she makes sour faces, she looks older and uglier than she probably realizes. She takes such care with her appearance, but her attitude and her unpleasant personality spoil it. Anybody can see she's a heartless witch.
"I don't have to prove anything to you."
David sighs.
"Maybe not, but you do have to tell me where you were between 2 and 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon."
"Why, I was right here with my dogs," she replies. "I was working with them all day."
"Can anyone confirm that?"
"Raffaello, the gardener, can confirm it," she replies. "He'll tell you I never left the house." David nods and casts a significant glance my way.
"Okay, thank you, Dia. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We'll leave you to your dogs now."
He steers me out of the house. She doesn't move from the couch. Outside, the gardener steals a peek up at us as we pass. The next minute, he buries his head in the flowers. David and I don't talk until we get into the car. "What do you think of that?" I ask. "She's got an ironclad alibi." David gazes through the front windshield at the neighborhood.
"I wouldn't call it ironclad. Did you see the way Raffaello looked at us? He might tell us she never left the house. He would tell us anything she told him to say. He would have to do what she said to protect his job. Even if he did say she was home all day, I wouldn't put much stock in his word."
"Do you really think she ran Mr. Stewart down with her car?"
I gasp under my breath.
"Sheesh, who could be that low?"
"I can think of a few people. She doesn't strike me as a mensch, if you know what I mean."
Chapter 6. David stops the cruiser next to the daycare center.
"Do you mind if I drop you off here? I have to go pick up Ariel. I have her for the weekend."
"Sure, no problem." He opens my door for me, and I get out on the sidewalk.
"I'll touch base with you this weekend about stuff."
I smile up at him. "All right, I'll talk to you later." He drives away. Now I have to decide what to do with myself. Should I go home and play hermit? Or should I skulk around town and make a nuisance of myself? I turn toward Main Street when I freeze in my tracks. There's Zach, nose to nose, with what looks like a ghoul from hell. It must be a girl, but she has glossy black pigtails that dangle to her shoulders, and I can see her thick black makeup from here. She wears ragged black cut-off denim shorts with black fishnet stockings on her legs. A midriff t-shirt shows her stomach and cleavage under a chained black leather jacket. Heavy Doc Marten boots complete the picture. In front of my eyes, she passes something to Zach, and he slips it into his pocket. They exchange a few brief words before she walks away. She heads for the eastern neighborhood, my neighborhood. Is this who he's hanging out with? Did she just sell him some drugs? Zach waits a few more seconds. Then he scurries off somewhere, too. I don't bother to check where. If he's out consorting with nefarious elements, who is manning the candy store? I don't hang around. I march over to the store to find Patty Matthews behind the counter. She looks out the window and doesn't notice when I walk in. "Hello, Patty. What are you doing working today?" She doesn't reply. "Patty?" I ask again. "Is everything all right? Why are you working instead of Zach?" She blinks into the distance. She doesn't respond until I step into her line of sight.
"Oh, Margaret."
"Yes, Margaret, Patty. Why are you here? Why are you working instead of Zach? I just saw him out on the street when he's supposed to be in here." She sniffs and blows her nose on a tissue.
"I asked him if I could do the shift. I wanted to get some more experience running the store by myself, so he took the rest of the day off."
"So who is that girl with the black leather outfit he's talking to outside?" I ask. Patty gives me a brief glance before looking away.
"I don't know."
I scrutinize her closer. "You were born and raised in this town, Patty. You know everyone and everyone's business. Don't tell me you don't know who she is, and don't tell me you don't know what Zach's doing hanging out with her. Now start talking if you ever hope to work in this store again." I didn't mean to lose my cool like that, but this situation is getting way out of hand. How can Patty Matthews know more about Zach's activities than I do? I can't stand the uncertainty a second longer. Patty looks toward the window again, and tears well up in her eyes. Her voice wavers when she speaks.
"You don't know how lucky you are, Margaret."
I blink and see her as if for the first time. Why is she crying? In the month since I first met her, I've never seen her so much as peeved, much less upset. Now she's crying and telling me I'm lucky. I change my attitude, quick smart. "What's wrong, Patty? Did something happen?"
"You don't know how lucky you are."
She lets loose with a full, miserable wail.
"You have your son with you on Thanksgiving, and he's such a nice, considerate, responsible boy. I would give anything to spend Thanksgiving with my children, but they're all going to their in-laws this year. I'll be spending Thanksgiving alone for the first time in almost 40 years. Do you know what that feels like, Margaret?"
I want to cry myself listening to this. What an idiot I am. Why don't I appreciate my blessings? I have a son. I have a community. I have people I care about to spend the holidays with. I should be more grateful. I lay my hand on her arm. "It's okay, Patty. You can spend Thanksgiving with us this year." She sniffs back more tears and blows her nose again.
"I think I'll get another cat. I hear the animal shelter has a holiday special every year."
"You are not getting another cat, Patty," I blurt out. "You're spending Thanksgiving with us. David Graham and Ariel are coming too. We're having a big traditional dinner with all the trimmings, and you're more than welcome. Heck, if it comes to that, you can spend Christmas with us too." Her head whips around.
"Do you mean it?"
"Of course. You should have told me." She brightens up in an instant.
"Thank you, Margaret. You don't know what this means to me."
"You bet," I tell her. "Anything I can do to help you, you just let me know. Now, could you please tell me who that girl was that Zach was hanging around with? I really need to know." A cloud darkens her face, and she looks away.
"I can't tell you."
I stare at her with my eyes popping out. "What? Why can't you tell me?"
I promised Zach I wouldn't tell you. He swore me to secrecy. I do my best to swallow down the lump in my throat. So Patty knows, and neither of them will tell me what's going on. My spine tingles. He confided in someone who is almost a stranger, but he wouldn't confide in his own mother. What in the world is happening to my life? I stumble out of the store and all the way home with my mind in a blur. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do or who to call. I want to call David, but he's busy with Ariel. Oh, sweet Lord, what am I going to do? I burst through my front door, panting in agony. I collapse back against the door to hide from the world, when, out of nowhere, Zach breezes in from the living room. Hey, Mom, what are you doing home? I gape at him in mute shock. How can I deal with him? What can I say to him? How can I confront him about what's going on? How can such a clean-cut young man hide such an insidious dark side? No one would ever guess from looking at him. He looks just as innocent and harmless as ever. He still wears the same nice clothes. What is he doing? Marijuana? Meth? Cocaine? He inclines his head to one side. Are you okay, Mom? You look white as a sheet. I can't stand here looking at him any longer. I blow past him and race up to my room and slam the door. I don't dare come out of it, not even when he calls me for dinner. I'm living with the enemy. I change into my pajamas and cower in bed until I get a text from David. Do you mind if Ariel and I come over to discuss the Thanksgiving plans? That snaps me out of my funk. Sure, you're more than welcome. This is exactly what I need. I need other people to diffuse the tension. I need someone around to protect me from my own son. I make myself presentable and greet David and Ariel at the door. She gives me a hug.
It's so good to see you again, Margaret. How is the candy business?
I sigh in relief that they're finally here. Business is good. How is high school?
High school is fine, she replies. Hartford is boring as usual. I can't wait to leave.
I laugh. I'm pretty sure every high school student feels that way. Zach's voice comes from the living room. You can say that again. The three of us migrate in there and find Zach sitting on the couch with a bunch of books, figurines, dice, and other paraphernalia strewn on the coffee table. Ariel sits down next to him.
What are you doing?
I'm organizing a game of Dungeons and Dragons with some of my friends. He picks up a notepad. See this? These are sketches of some of the characters so far. This is mine. I'm part dragon, part wizard. I look like a man, but I have magical powers, and my dragon wings unfold from my back when I'm in danger. Under extreme circumstances, I can even breathe fire.
Wow!
Ariel stares at the page with huge eyes.
That is so cool! Could you show me how to play?
You bet, he replies. I'm sure there are lots of kids at your school who are into it. You could get a game going, or maybe you could join one that's already going. I played in a game for almost 5 years when I was in high school. It really helped make the time go faster.
That is so awesome, she exclaims. Show me how to play. I really want to learn.
They fall into an intense discussion about powers and health and agility and a lot of other stuff I don't understand. David draws me to one side. Can we talk about Thanksgiving? Of course, I reply. Patty Matthews is coming too. I hope that's okay. It's fine. I want to ask you about the food. I want to bring something to contribute, but I'm no good at cooking. Can you give me a job that's totally idiot-proof? I relax a little bit. What is it with you and your insecurity about cooking? If you just try something, you might find out you're really good at cooking. He shakes his head fast. I don't want to screw up our Thanksgiving. If I'm going to practice cooking, I don't want to do it for that. Give me a simple job, like salad. Okay, salad it is. You can't screw that up. He nods, but he doesn't look any happier. You don't have to bring anything if you don't want to, I tell him. You're our guests. Just bring yourselves and a healthy appetite. I'll handle the rest. I couldn't do that. I already feel bad putting a burden on you. I want to bring something, even if it's just something simple like candy or ice cream. I take a step closer to him and lower my voice. Look, David, we're friends. I don't expect you to impress me, and I'm certain you don't have to impress Ariel. The holidays are about having a good time with people you care about. Just bring yourselves and be prepared to have a nice time. That's all I care about. He looks down at the floor. You're a good friend. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. You've been there for me through everything. I wish I had appreciated you more when I had the chance. I put out my hand to take his. I shouldn't. We're still broken up, but I can't stop myself. It's all right. I understand, and I feel plenty appreciated by you. At that moment, his phone sounds. He takes it out and glances at the screen. What's going on? I ask. What's that about? He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. I have to go. I contacted Sam Rochester about interviewing him for the Stewart murder case. He wasn't available, and now he wants me to come over to his house right now. I'm embarrassed to ask this, but could Ariel stay here for a few minutes? It will only take a minute. Zach calls over from the coffee table. You go too, Mom. Ariel and I are in the middle of a goblin ambush. Yeah, Ariel chimes in. I don't want to leave yet. I frown at the two of them. I hate to admit I don't trust my own son. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? David asks. It's a great idea. You two have a good time. We'll be back in a jiffy. I open my mouth to say something, but David takes my arm and leads me out of the house. I shake myself loose on the porch. Hold it! We can't just leave them here. What's wrong with it? He asks. Ariel has been an only child all her life. She needs a big brother. I look over my shoulder. I don't think we should leave them alone. Nonsense. He starts walking away toward his car. I don't know what to do. Should I leave a sensitive 15-year-old girl with a man I believe is involved in drugs or worse? David glances back and sees me dithering. He comes striding back. What's your problem? What could possibly go wrong? I whisper in a husky voice. He's into something bad, David. I don't know what it is, but I think he's in trouble. I saw him today, meeting some goth girl in town. His eyebrows go up. Goth girl? Who could that be? I don't know who she is. I flap my hands in dismay. She handed him something. They were doing something bad. I know it. We can't leave Ariel alone with him. David regards me for a minute. Then he puts out his hand to me. Come here. Come on. Come with me. I grab that lifeline for all I'm worth, and he leads me to his car. He sits me in the passenger seat and rounds on me. Now listen to me. This is Zach we're talking about. Zachary Nichols, the most upstanding, responsible, protective young guy in town. There is no way on God's green earth you can convince me he's into anything bad. So he met a goth girl. Would that be so bad? Yeah, but you should have seen her. She handed him something that looked like a baggie and—
Did you actually see a baggie? He asks. Or are you fantasizing that?
I open my mouth, but he cuts me off.
Listen to me very carefully. I'm an officer of the law, and if Zach or some goth girl or anyone else is into anything illegal in this town, I need to know about it. Was there anything at all about her, besides her appearance, that made you think she wasn't the sweetest, nicest, most intelligent girl on the block? Think hard before you answer. Did you actually see what she handed him? Could it have been a $5 bill, or a love note, or maybe a piece of candy?
I blink at him. For the life of me, I can't remember anything about that moment in time beyond the girl's appearance. That alone told me she was evil. I swallow hard, but I can't say anything.
Now listen to me, because I don't want to have this conversation again, he tells me. We're going to interview Sam Rochester about Mr. Stewart's murder. Then I'm going to drive you home. I'm going to take Ariel to my house, and you and Zach are going to sit down and have a nice long chat. You're going to find out what he's hiding. You're going to tell him all your worst fears, and you're going to beg him, if he loves you, to tell you the truth so you don't have to worry anymore. Got it?
I nod down at my hands in my lap. Yes, sir.
You're darn right.
He whips around and seizes the ignition key. Neither of us says anything until we park in front of another big house in the western neighborhood. When he turns off the motor, I gather my courage. Thanks, I'm a fool.
You're not a fool, he counters. You're a parent, and you're worried about your son. Just talk to him. I think you'll find the truth isn't all that remarkable. You might be pleasantly surprised.
I spin around to stare at him. You know, don't you? You know what he's hiding, and you won't tell me. He slides his hand across the seat and squeezes mine.
It's not for me to tell. It's his business. He'll tell you when he's ready. But I think if he knew it was causing you so much distress, he wouldn't keep it hidden. Just talk to him.
Okay, I'll do it.
Good. Now come on.
He gets out and opens my door. We approach the house, which looks remarkably like Dia's house, except that the siding is brown instead of white. David pauses next to a beautiful Escalade parked in the driveway. Then he moves on. Aren't you going to take a picture of the grill? I ask.
I don't need to. The grill that killed Mr. Stewart was a custom wire mess. This is horizontal cylindrical bars. I can see right now this car didn't kill him.
That doesn't mean Sam isn't the killer, I point out. He could have used a different car.
That's right.
He leads the way to the front door and knocks. A big, burly, muscular man of 50 answers it. He cracks a grin.
Thanks for coming over at such short notice, Detective. I understand these aren't your usual office hours, but I'm down in Peterborough all day, every day. Evening is the only time I can meet you. I understand.
David follows him inside.
I hope you don't mind that I brought Margaret Nichols with me. Not at all.
Sam smiles at me.
I hear you're a crackerjack investigator. It's an honor to have you questioning me.
Not so much of an honor, I counter, since you're a suspect in a murder.
I have nothing to hide about Mr. Stewart's murder, he replies. I didn't kill him.
He leads us into the living room, where I immediately spot a large orange and black dog lying on the couch. The animal perks up its ears when I enter. Bronx! I exclaim. How did you get here? The dog wags his tail when I pet his head. He nuzzles my hand with his cold nose and licks my palm.
So you two know each other?
Sam asks. He's a lovely dog. How did you manage to get him?
I adopted him, Sam replies. I'm always on the lookout for Airedales at the shelter. They're something of a passion of mine.
I turn around to confront him. We hear you argued with Mr. Stewart a lot. We also hear you took an Airedale to him before the murder, so you couldn't have taken Bronx there.
I have 2 other Airedales, he replies. They're in a kennel behind the house, and I did argue with Mr. Stewart. In fact, I argued with him every time I set foot in his establishment. That guy was an expert button pusher. He made a careful study of people to find out what would set them off, and he worked that button until he succeeded.
Why did you patronize his business then? I ask. You could have taken your dogs to anyone else.
I went to him because he was the best. I used to take my dogs to other people. I tried groomers in Peterborough, and I even went as far as Hartford. No one was as good as Mr. Stewart. He used to be a judge for the AKC. Did you know that?
I nod. This is sounding familiar. Did you show your Airedales with the AKC?
All the time, and I would never take my dogs to anyone else. He knew the right clip for every breed under the sun. He knew every detail of a dog's care and grooming. He knew everything. That man was a walking encyclopedia. You ask anyone at the AKC, they'll tell you the same thing. There was no better groomer in the state of Connecticut, maybe even on the whole eastern seaboard.
David and I exchange glances. If that's the case, how likely do you think it is that he botched a show dog's haircut? Do you think that's possible?
I don't see how. He shakes his head. No, I don't believe it. If anyone said he botched a clip, I would say they were trying to blame him for their own failure. He never botched a clip in his life.
What did you argue with him about, then? I ask.
He laughs out loud. Everything else. We argued about what the dogs ate. We argued about the bill. We argued about the water temperature he used to wash the dogs. It doesn't matter what the subject. We always seem to get into an argument about something. It seems silly in hindsight. But you never argued about your dog's clips? David asks. Never. That is the one thing we never argued about. I took my dogs to him. He clipped them. End of story. When it came to clipping my dogs, I let Mr. Stewart do exactly what he pleased.
Could you tell us where you were between 2 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon last Thursday? I ask.
Last Thursday? I was at work in Peterborough. I can give you 20 names of people who saw me and talked to me. I was in meetings the whole afternoon. I wasn't even in West End.
David nods.
Thanks, Sam. That's all we have for you. Have a good evening.
I give Bronx another pat. I'm glad you got a good home, old boy. You deserve it. I tag after David, and we get back into the car.
Now that is what I call an ironclad alibi, he exclaims. He didn't kill Mr. Stewart. I'm certain of it.
So am I tell him. Just then, his phone rings. He punches a button and holds it to his ear.
What's up?
A confused buzz of someone talking very fast chirps from the earpiece. It breaks off suddenly, and David snaps.
I'm on my way.
He tosses the phone on the seat and throws the car into gear. What's going on? I ask. Who was that?
It was Zach. Ariel is missing.
Chapter 7. David's car screeches to a stop in front of my house. We both leap out and tear into the house to find Zach rushing down the stairs.
Thank God you're here. I searched the whole house. I've looked in every room at least 3 times. I can't find her anywhere. What happened? David booms. We were sitting in the living room the whole time. She got up to go to the bathroom. I heard her go down the hall and shut the door. A few minutes later, I realized she hadn't come back. I went to find her, and she was gone. She can't have just disappeared, David snaps. Fan out, you two. Search the house again.
Zach, David, and I race off in different directions, calling Ariel's name. I go to the kitchen and stick my head into the laundry room. I pull the cushions off the couch. I look behind the wood box near the fireplace. Footsteps pound the ceiling over my head, and I hear Zach and David bellowing, "Ariel! Ariel!" over and over again. David thunders back down the stairs. She's not up there. We ransacked every closet.
Where can she have gone? I ask. She's too smart to just wander off on her own.
Zach comes downstairs behind him.
What do we do now?
I don't want to look at him. I don't want to think about what might have gone wrong. If anything happened to Ariel, I'll never forgive him. A stab of anguish pierces my heart that I'm thinking of my own son like this. David believes in Zach a lot more than I do. So why do I doubt him? How can I even suspect him of doing anything wrong? David scans the entry.
There must be somewhere we're not looking.
A gust of cold air hits me in the legs. The draft blows my pants against my shins. I look up, and my gaze falls down the hall. There! I barrel down the hall, past the bathroom, to where the back door stands ajar. I yank it open, and there she is, lying stretched out on the ground. Light beams through the back door to illuminate Ariel's prostrate form across the garden path. David, Zach, and I all charge at her at once. David picks her up and cradles her in his arms.
Ariel, baby, are you okay? Oh, dear God, let her be okay. Ariel!
I point to her forehead. She's bleeding. I'm calling an ambulance. I pull out my phone and call 911. Ariel swoons in David's arms and groans. Her eyes flutter open.
Where?
David makes a tortured whimpering sound in his throat.
Oh, thank heaven you're all right. What happened? How did you get out here?
She drags her eyes open. It takes her a second to recognize him.
There was a cat. I came out to pet it. I was just going to come outside for a second. I fell.
She glances toward the steps. Now that we all look, we clearly see a stain of blood on the lowest stair. David holds her until the ambulance arrives and takes her away. He thanks me and drives away to follow her to the hospital. I'm left alone on the front porch, alone with Zach. Now I have no excuse not to do what David told me to do. I summon all my courage to broach the subject, but before I can say anything, he walks back inside. I hear him shuffling around in the living room. I cringe. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to talk to him, especially not to admit I suspected him of misdeeds with Ariel. How can I ever live that down? I can't enter my own house until I deal with this. I have to clear the air, for his sake as much as my own. I take a deep breath and walk into the living room. He sits on the couch, packing up his things. I sit down next to him. I don't want to do this. Before I can say anything, he turns to me. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have kept an eye on her. I didn't do a very good job of taking care of her. My shoulders slump. It's me who owes you an apology, Zachary. His eyes pop open. You? Why would you apologize to me? I followed you. I know I shouldn't have, but I was stupid, and I was worried about you. I followed you to that house around the corner where there was loud music coming through the windows. Then I saw you with that girl today, and I thought all kinds of horrible things. I know you've been keeping your own business to yourself these days, and I started imagining the worst. I thought you were into drugs. When we got the call about Ariel, I immediately assumed you did something to her or that you were responsible. I'm sorry. I don't know what's gotten into me lately. David told me it was nothing, that you were a responsible, honest, caring son. I should have believed him. I should have trusted you. I hang my head in shame, but at least it's off my chest. Now he can lay into me and get mad. He sits in silence for so long I start to fret again. What if he leaves? What if he gets so offended that this disaster ruins our relationship? What if I wind up growing old, alone, and unloved like some people I could mention? That would be my worst nightmare, but I would have no one to blame but myself. When he breaks the silence, he speaks slowly and with deliberate care. That girl, Mom, is my girlfriend. My head whips around. Your girlfriend? He holds up his hand. Now, before you fly off the handle, just listen to me. Her name is Gilly Hawthorne, and she was born and raised in West End. She dresses like that because she's the drummer in a heavy metal band. That's why we were going down to Peterborough so much. She had gigs there, and her band was practicing in that house around the corner. I know what you're going to say. She looks strange, and I know she's not what you're used to, but she's really smart and talented and loving and fun. She was valedictorian of her graduating class in high school, and she's about to graduate with honors from Wesleyan with a degree in clinical psychology. Just give her a chance, Mom. Please, do it for me. I gape at him with my mouth open. His girlfriend. My son has a girlfriend. He flops back on the cushions. I didn't want to tell you because I thought you wouldn't approve. I thought you would see her exterior and judge her. I should have known better. I should have trusted you. My stomach twists in knots. No, sweetheart, you were right. I messed up big time. I did judge her by her exterior. I shouldn't have done that. I've been trying to work up the courage to ask you if I could bring her over for Thanksgiving. He goes on. I didn't know how to ask you. I snap out of my trance. Of course she can come for Thanksgiving. This is wonderful. Oh, thank goodness. I'm so pleased it's not something bad. I'm so happy for you. I throw my arms around him, as much in relief as in genuine happiness. My son is dating a goth. What next? Oh well, it could be a lot worse, and if he likes her, she must be good. When I push him back, I see his eyes glistening with moisture. You don't know how relieved I am to get that off my chest, Mom. I really dreaded telling you. I could hardly face you anymore. Oh, sweetheart, I exclaim. I felt the same way about you. Let's agree never to keep secrets from each other anymore. I don't know if I can promise that, he replies. Now that I have a girlfriend, there are going to be more things you don't get to know about what I'm up to. I do promise, though, never to let it get as bad as this. If there's anything I think might come between us, I'll tell you, okay? Okay. I can't stop drinking in the sight of him. I love him so much. He gathers up his things. I better go to bed, Mom. Could you be sure to tell me as soon as you hear from David that Ariel is all right? Of course I will. I'll tell you right away. You did really good calling him when you did. He really trusts you. I hope so. He gets to his feet. If I can win his trust, I know I'm doing okay. You're doing more than okay, Zachary, I tell him. You're the kind of son every mother dreams of." He blushes and slips off to his room. I sit in the same place and stare into space for a while, just trying to take it all in. My son has a girlfriend. She's coming to Thanksgiving dinner. What will David and Patty think? Then I remember. They already know. They've known for a while. They probably both know this Gilly Hawthorne. They must think she's all right. They would have told me if they thought Zach was dating someone who wasn't good for him. The only reason they kept it from me, the only reason Zach could have sworn Patty to secrecy and gotten her to go along with it, was because they were worried I would react badly, which I did. I caused this whole sordid situation. I worked myself into a state and nearly ruined my family over nothing. Well, all of that is going to stop. I don't care if she is a goth. She's going to feel welcome in my house and in my family. I might be getting old, but I can still change with the times. I make up my mind then and there to welcome her. She's a psychology student at Wesleyan, so I won't lack for things to talk to her about. Zach says she's smart. She must be to do all that. Plus, she's creative and shows initiative by getting gigs for her band in Peterborough. Besides her appearance, she's exactly the sort of girl I always hoped for Zach. I just have to put aside my prejudices and meet her where she lives. I can do that. I've done it with other people different from myself, and I can darn well do it with her. I slap my hands on my thighs and push myself to my feet. I go up to my room, put my pajamas back on, and slip into bed. The house falls silent. All is right with the world, and I can finally put my fears to rest. I lie awake staring at the ceiling for a long time. Here I thought I was a model citizen. I thought I was a good person doing good in the world. Now I find out I have a long way to go to become the person I want to be. I got snappy with Patty when she really needed my comfort and support. I judged Gilly and alienated Zach. I nearly ruined my own life with my selfishness. From now on, I'm going to do better. I'm going to dedicate myself to bettering the lives of people around me. I'm going to be more giving and more understanding. The people around me have blessed my life enough times. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Chapter 8. I look up from the candy counter to see David parked over by the vacant lot. He leans against his cruiser, talking to a middle-aged man with tattoos covering his arms. I don't recognize him. If David wasn't reclining in such a casual posture, I would be worried. There I go again, judging a book by its cover. I have got to stop doing that. I don't know anything about this man. I see tattoos, and I immediately put the person in a box. While I watch, David looks up and sees me watching him. He beckons me with a wave of his hand. I look around me. There aren't any customers around, so I slip outside and trot across the street. The tattooed man jumps when he sees me. "Who's this?" "This is Margaret Nichols," David tells him. "Maybe you've heard of her. She's helping me investigate Mr. Stewart's murder. She usually sits in on interviews, but if you would prefer she didn't, that's fine with me. This is Rocky Morris, Margaret. He's Mr. Stewart's ex-brother-in-law. I told you about him. He threatened Mr. Stewart and blamed him for his sister winding up in jail." Rocky jabs a finger in David's face. His inked arm bulges with muscle. "I never threatened him. I got mad at him, and I ain't the only one either." David suppresses a smile. "No, you certainly aren't.
So, what makes you think Mr. Stewart is the one who got your sister hooked on drugs? He did get her hooked on drugs. Rocky fires back. He was the only one who got her the first prescription to oxycodone. She used to get migraines. He had an old bottle of the stuff in his medicine cabinet from when he had hip surgery. He gave it to her, and that was the end of that. She started taking more and more. Eventually, that wasn't enough, so she branched out into other drugs. When she got addicted, he dumped her. The divorce papers say her alcoholism destroyed his business, David counters. He claims she stalked him and attacked him and slandered him to his boss and got him fired. She did it because he cut her off from the drugs, Rocky tells him. He never even tried to get her clean. He took the drugs away, and when she went into a tailspin, he dumped her. She ran straight to a dealer who pimped her out in exchange for the drugs. That's how she wound up in jail. I can't keep silent anymore. So what did you expect to gain by going after Mr. Stewart? It's been years since he split up with her. He could at least talk to her, Rocky replies. He could at least explain and maybe apologize. She never stopped loving him. If he treated her with a little kindness, maybe she would come out of it. David shakes his head and turns away, but he doesn't say anything. Whatever Rocky expected Mr. Stewart to do for his sister, he'll never do it, now that he's dead. Can you tell us where you were last Thursday, between 2 and 4 in the afternoon? Rocky jumps and spins around to stare at me. What do you want to know that for? We want to verify your alibi. We want to know where you were and what you were doing at the time of the murder. If you were anywhere else, and someone can confirm it, you'll be cleared of suspicion. We have other suspects. Any information you can give us to clear your name will only help. We're more than happy to strike you off the list of suspects. We just need the information to do it. He jerks his shoulder backward and looks away. I don't have to tell you nothing, stinking cops. David bristles, but I lay my hand on his arm to calm him down. I'm not a cop, Rocky. I'm just a lady who runs a candy store. If you feel like telling us, we'll be happy to listen. It will be completely confidential, so if you have any reason to keep it a secret, no one will find out. It won't go any further than me and Detective Graham here. Rocky glances back and forth between us, but he keeps his lips firmly closed. After a few seconds' silence, David puts his notebook away. That's all for now, Rocky. You're free to go. Rocky barges off down Main Street. I glance up at David. What do you think of that alibi? David snorts. Not very convincing, is it? I shuffle my feet. I owe you an apology. Really? He looks up at me. What for? For not listening to you about Zach. You were right. Of course I was, he replies. I told you that you had nothing to worry about. So, you know this Gilly Hawthorne, don't you? I've known her since her parents brought her home from the hospital, he replies. Her father is another detective in my department, but he usually works the territory closer to Peterborough. That may be why you haven't met them. Gilly's a sweet girl. I understand she's gotten into thrash metal lately, but she's as solid as they come. You should have seen her in high school. Her parents never had to tell her once to do her homework. She motivated herself and got straight A's. She did the same thing in college. I was over at her parents' house for dinner Saturday night, and she was polite and friendly and easygoing. Her father would definitely have told me if she was in trouble or anything. I sigh and let my chin fall on my chest. That's what Zach says. I should have trusted both of you. I'm sorry. It's nothing. He lays his hand on my shoulder.
For the first time in a long time, I'm grateful to be close to him, to feel that protective comfort of his touch.
You're a parent, and you were worried about your son. It could happen to any of us.
I nod, but I can't speak. My throat swells with emotion. As close as I got to him over the last several months, I never felt as close to him as I do now. He understands, because now he's a parent too. He never could have understood before he found out about Ariel. We share such a deeper level of connection now than we ever could before. I always told him that finding out about Ariel would make him happier. I never realized it could bring us closer too. He takes his hand off my shoulder and points behind me.
You have some customers. You better get back.
I nod. Thanks. I run back to the store. I go through the rest of my day, but just as I'm getting ready to close up, I see Rocky Morris again. He strides down Main Street with his hackles raised. He holds his muscular arms crooked and ready for action. He clenches his fists and grits his teeth. He marches up to Mr. Stewart's grooming parlor. He glances over his shoulder and dives into the alley. The next minute, I see him rummaging in the dumpster, but it isn't Mr. Stewart's dumpster. It's Maria's. I frown to myself. What is he doing back there? What is he trying to hide? I pretend to go about my business while I keep an eye on him. He paws through the trash and pulls something out, but I can't see what it is from here. He comes to the end of the alley, steals a peek both ways up and down Main Street, and then hurries off the way he came. My chest tightens. He's up to something. David's not around. Whatever Rocky took out of the dumpster must have something to do with the case. I never question that. I have to find out what it is. I fish my keys out of my pocket and lock the front door. Then I scoot around to the back door and slip outside. I creep to the street and look right and left the same way Rocky did. Then I run after him. I catch sight of him turning into another street. He doesn't live in West End proper. David told me he lives outside of town. Is that where he's going now? I hide behind corners and trees until he works his way into the woods. He passes one house after another and one neighborhood after another. I look over my shoulder every now and then. I have no idea how far out of town I am, and I'm starting to get nervous. No one knows where I am. Zach will worry when I don't come home. I don't recognize any of the houses. I don't know the people who live in them. The comfortable protection of West End doesn't insulate me here. No one out here holds any obligation to help me or to make sure I'm okay. I slow my pace in hesitation. Should I turn back? If I do, Rocky will get away. At last, Rocky opens the gate in a white picket fence. It leads to a quaint little cottage with gingerbread trimming around the eaves. It looks like the last house on the planet a guy like that would live in. I hide behind the corner and stare in surprise when he doesn't enter the house. He goes around next to it and lifts the lid of a metal garbage can. He puts something in it, looks over his shoulder one more time, and replaces the lid. Then he plunges into the trees behind the house. I hover there for what seems a long time. My heart hammers in my neck. What should I do? I should probably leave and go back to minding my own business. Or maybe I should call David. I should tell him what I saw. But I won't do that. No, I'm too much of a risk-taking private investigator. I have to stick my neck out where I'm sure to get it chopped off. I tiptoe out of my hiding place and cross the street. From here, I can see all the windows are dark with the curtains drawn. The name on the mailbox reads Sorensen, so this can't be Rocky's house. That makes sense. I don't see a bruiser like him living in a cottage as nice as this, but I've been known to make a snap judgment on a person's character before. I slip around to the garbage can and lift the lid. I stand transfixed by what I see. A small plastic Ziploc bag lies on top of the black sack underneath. A scattering of white pills dot the surface. I put the lid back and go back to the street. My hands tremble getting out my phone. I text David, "Could you please come to..." I have to check the address. 790 Pine Grove Court. I found something related to the case. I go sit down on the curb opposite the cottage. I struggle to calm my nerves until David rolls up. He gets out.
"What did you find?"
I nod toward the house. "In the garbage can." I wait while he goes over there alone. The next minute, he puts on latex gloves and lifts the baggie into another Ziploc evidence bag. He marks it with a permanent marker and puts it in his car. He sits down next to me on the curb.
"Tell me all about it."
I blow out a shaky breath. I was closing the store, and I saw him go into the alley behind Mr. Stewart's. He stuck his head into the dumpster, but it wasn't Mr. Stewart's dumpster. It was Maria's. He took something out, and I followed him here. He stashed those pills in the trash can and then ran off. End of story. He nods.
"The forensics team ran the surveillance footage from the alley through some facial recognition software. It shows you talking to Mr. Stewart. Then, about a half an hour later, it shows him arguing with a man in the alley. Turns out Rocky was in the alley alone with Mr. Stewart during our time window for the murder. It looks like he's our prime suspect."
"What about the car?" I ask. "Is that in the video too? If you have surveillance footage, you should have a record of the car."
David frowns. "You're right. I didn't think of that. The cameras cover the front sidewalk and the alley. I wonder why the car isn't there."
"Did you match the grill to Dia's car?" I ask.
"No, they couldn't match it. What I thought was a wire mesh pattern was actually the fabric imprint from Mr. Stewart's shirt. We won't be able to match it, but the shirt itself was torn. A scrap of the shirt must have stuck to the car. If we can find that, we can identify the car."
"How likely is that to happen?" I counter. "The killer will have washed the car by now. Do you remember how clean Dia's car was? She would have taken a high-pressure hose to the grill to wash away any blood or fabric." He rounds on me.
"What are you trying to do to me? You keep shooting down all my ideas."
"Not really. We still have Rocky. He argued with Mr. Stewart, and he put those pills in the dumpster. We just have to connect him to the car in question. That shouldn't be too hard."
He nods. "I better go. I have to take Ariel back to Hartford."
"Okay. Drive safely." He leaves, and I haul myself to my feet. I'm way out of my league here. Only now that he's gone, do I realize I have no clue where I am or how to get back to town. I stick my hand into my pocket for my phone. Thank goodness for Google Maps. I tap the screen to turn it on when something cracks me over the head. A sickening wave of pain and blackness closes over me and drags me to the bottom of the ocean. I crumple, and my phone falls out of my hand. I crash into oblivion, and the world goes dark. Chapter 9. My eyes snap open. I bolt upright and look all around me, before I realize where I am. My head pounds with splitting pain, and I can't move my arms. I'm sitting in the back of a box van, trundling down the road, with my hands tied behind my back. I struggle, but I can't free myself. My head hurts too much to do anything anyway. I think fast. At least, I try to think fast. Where am I? Who kidnapped me? I can think of only one person. I feel a lump in my pocket. My phone. Whoever captured me must have picked it up and put it in my pocket. What murderer would do something so foolish? I strain my wrists, but I can't reach it. If I can only contact David, he could use his police resources to track my phone. No, I can't contact David. He's halfway to Hartford by now, and he makes a religious policy never to answer his phone while he drives. My head spins. I have to get out of here. I can't let Rocky make me his next victim. I have a family. I have people waiting for me. I have Thanksgiving to look forward to. I can't miss that. All at once, the van skids to a stop. The brakes squeak, and the motor shuts down. The next instant, Rocky jumps out of the driver's seat and enters into the back. He squats down right in front of me. His face contorts in rage, and he pokes his finger in my face. All right, start talking. Why were you following me? I could call the cops and have you arrested for harassment, you know. I stammer. I was just... You think I killed Mr. Stewart, don't you? Don't you? He thunders in my face so loudly I jump out of my skin. My terror alone stops me from answering. Yes! I screech. Yes, I think you killed Mr. Stewart. Why? He booms. What do you have against me? The longer this goes on, the more I realize this conversation isn't going the way most confrontations with murderers go. I should know. I've had enough of them. You argued with him right before he died, I tell him. The video footage shows you behind his building. So what? He fires back. That doesn't mean I killed him. I blink the confusion out of my eyes and take a look at him for the first time. He scares the bejesus out of me, but his words override my initial judgment. Maybe I misjudged him the same way I misjudged Gilly and Mr. Stewart and a lot of other people. Maybe he isn't a bruiser or a killer at all. If you didn't kill him, why did you hide those pills in Maria's dumpster? He glares at me for another minute. Then he slumps onto the van floor. He crosses his legs, and his shoulders slouch. I knew it, he grumbles. I knew this would happen. Now I'm going back to Rikers. My jaw drops. Rikers Island? He nods. I'm on parole. That's why I didn't want to tell the detective where I was. If I get caught doing anything illegal, they'll revoke my parole. If I go back there, I'll never come out. I know it. He wrings his hands and moans under his breath. I take my time deciding what to say to him. Don't you think kidnapping and assault are illegal enough to get you sent back? He bows his head. The next thing I know, I'm gawking at a grown man, shaking with sobs. It's all my fault. It's all my fault, and she never even knew. I don't know what to say. What's your fault? Chrissy, he moans. I gave Stewart the pills to give to her for her headaches. No one knew. He never told anybody. He kept the secret for years. I was worried about her. I wanted her to take a painkiller, just to ease the pain, you know. He refused. He said she was too fragile and that she would get hooked.
I insisted, and that's exactly what happened.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. You got your sister addicted to painkillers?
I didn't mean to,
He bawls.
I should have listened to him.
So why did you argue with him the day he died? Why did you blame him when you knew it wasn't his fault?
He wanted to tell her the truth,
He wails.
She called him from jail almost every week, blaming him and yelling at him. He was going out of his mind. He wanted to tell her what really happened to clear his name. I begged him not to, but he had had enough. I threatened to get him arrested. I showed him the baggie of pills and said I would plant it on his property. I said I would get him sent to prison if he ever told. Then he wound up dead.
Holy crap, I breathe. This is not good, Rocky. This is not good at all.
I know,
He blubbers.
Don't you think I know that? I don't know what to do. Bad stuff always happens to me. The prison shrink said I have an anger management problem. I fly off the handle and bad things happen. I don't hurt people. You have to understand that. I break things. I wreck people's property, but I never hurt anybody. The problem is, I don't see it coming. I don't realize what I'm doing until it's too late, and then it's too messed up to fix it.
I puff out my cheeks. I don't know if we can fix this, but maybe if you let me go, Detective Graham will find a way to take it easy on you. He peeks up at me.
Do you really think so?
Well, you already assaulted me and kidnapped me for no reason. If you let me go now without hurting me, maybe we can come to an understanding about it. He nods down at his hands.
You won't tell him, will you?
I set my teeth. I won't tell him. You will.
I couldn't do that.
He stares around him in horror at something unseen.
I could never tell.
You have to, Rocky. For a start, he thinks you killed Mr. Stewart. You have to explain to him what you just told me. You have to tell him why you argued with Mr. Stewart. And you definitely have to tell him why you put those pills in the dumpster.
He doesn't know about the pills,
Rocky replies. I'm afraid he does. I told him. I saw you take them out of the dumpster, and I saw you stash them in the trash can at the cottage. I called him, and he took the pills into evidence. He has you on surveillance footage arguing with Mr. Stewart within minutes of his death. That makes you the prime suspect. The only way you can avoid getting sent up for capital murder is to tell Detective Graham everything.
He would never believe me.
He moans.
I'll only make myself look more guilty.
I take the risk and reach out to pat his arm. I know Detective Graham pretty well. You convinced me you aren't the killer, and you'll convince him. Hiding it from him will only make you look more guilty. Take my word for it. He steals a glance through the van's back window. God only knows where we are.
Are you sure he won't get me in trouble for kidnapping you?
Well, letting me go is the first step in that direction. I swivel to one side and hold out my bound arms behind me. Why don't you cut me loose? Then we can talk about this like civil human beings. He glares at me for a minute. Then he pulls a pocket knife out of his jeans and saws the rope free. I massage my wrists in relief. Now I feel a little more human. When I look up, Rocky slumps against the wheel well in a heap of misery. He doesn't cry like he did before, but his lip quivers. He clenches his fists. Much as I want to run for the hills, my work here isn't finished. He still needs something from me. It'll be okay, Rocky, I tell him. Once you break the news to Chrissy, you'll feel better. At least you won't have to carry the secret around with you.
I could never tell her, he insists. Telling the detective is one thing, but her? Never.
I square my shoulders at him. Don't you think you owe it to Mr. Stewart to clear his name? He protected you for years, and now he's dead. You're dishonoring him by letting Chrissy continue to blame him when he tried to stop you from giving her the drugs in the first place. You probably destroyed their marriage. You owe him that much, at least. If she's going to be angry at someone for ruining her life, don't you think she has a right to be mad at the right person? He squints his eyes shut against tears and nods. I see my words sink home. Poor guy. Carrying this secret has destroyed 3 lives. He has to let it go. All at once, he lunges forward onto his knees. He seizes the rear door handle and flings the door open.
All right, you can go.
Freedom yawns before me, but for some reason, I don't move. I study him with my head on one side. Are you sure, Rocky? I can go with you to talk to the detective. He's really a reasonable guy when you get to know him. He waves toward the open door and the world outside.
Just go. Don't try to make it any easier for me. Just, if you want to, could you say something to him about how I let you go?
Sure, Rocky. I'll explain everything. He doesn't say anything more. He sits bowed and defeated, and waits for me to leave him alone with his despair. I sure wish there was some way I could ease this for him, but like he says, he got himself into this. Now it's up to him to dig his way out of it. I slide toward the opening and dangle my legs over the rear bumper. Right before I get out of the van, I look back at him. He still hasn't moved. Rocky? He jerks his head sideways to avoid looking at me.
What?
How did you know I was following you? I thought I kept pretty well hidden.
You did.
He sniffs and runs his shirt cuff across his nose.
I would never have known you were there, but I caught a reflection of you in one of the house windows. Other than that, you did a good job of tailing me.
My muscles stiffen. My mind spins back over everything that I discovered investigating this case. The surveillance footage from the grooming parlor records the front sidewalk and the alley between Mr. Stewart's building and Maria's. That's how David confirmed my conversation with the victim, as well as Rocky's fight with him. That leaves a lot of ground uncovered. Somewhere in that mix, someone rammed Mr. Stewart with a car hard enough to kill him. So why isn't the car showing up on the surveillance footage? I get out of the van. Rocky swoops forward to slam the door in my face, but I shoot out a hand to stop him. You're a good person, Rocky. You just need to let yourself be good. Inch by inch, he raises his eyes to my face.
You're right. I never thought of it like that, but you're right. I can do that.
I squeeze his hand. Thank you for letting me go. That's the first step. This time, he waits for me to step back and say, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Nichols, he tells me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. He gives me a weak smile and shuts the door. He doesn't slam it in a fit of peevish spite. He shuts it with a reasonable amount of pressure. The next minute, the van rumbles off down the road. I watch it out of sight. So much for that suspect. I firmly believe Rocky didn't kill Mr. Stewart. I only hope I can convince David of that before he arrests Rocky. I pull out my phone. It's 7:30 in the evening, and the sun is going down. I don't even bother to call David. He'll still be driving to Hartford, and I have some business of my own to take care of. I pull up the satellite navigation on my phone and find out I'm several miles out of town. I find the most direct route and start walking. I have plenty to think about on the way, too. I send a text to Zach explaining I'll be late getting home. That should hold the tide of outrage for a little while, unless he's busy with that girlfriend of his. I settle into a steady pace on the way back to town. I haven't walked this far in a long time, but it feels good to get outside and see the day falling into night all around me. The trees cast black, ghostly apparitions against the sky. The birds line up on the branches, and their chattering voices fall still. I've got the world to myself on this eerie autumn night. In the shadowy quiet, I can be anything I want to be. I stand outside myself and watch myself walking down the road. Who am I? Who is this woman? Why is she here, walking on this particular road at this particular hour? Who are her friends and her relatives and her associates? I trick my mind into any number of contortions. Maybe I'm a visitor from another town. Maybe I came here to see my elderly aunt and I need to get her something from the store. Maybe I'll go home to my corporate job in the morning. Maybe I drive a minivan in the city. Maybe I have a husband waiting for me. I'm walking down the road. All the other incidentals can flow in endless patterns of life and interrelationship. My name, my goals, my obligations, my vital statistics, they don't mean anything. Only this moment matters. I'm me. I'm self. I like playing this game. I like severing all the ties that connect me to the world. I like being a dream, an idea. I'm free to be anyone I want to be. The lights of West End come into view, and I descend to earth. I'm Margaret Nichols. I live at 65 Chestnut Street. I have a son named Zachary. I own the candy store in this town. I have a side hobby of solving mysteries. I have a garden. I have a lot of relationships in this town, some more personal than others. I have a messy relationship with the local detective. I might be dating him. Then again, I might not be. That part can stay in the dream world, where things aren't quite so clear-cut. I get back to town in full dark. Mist sinks over the town. The solitary streetlights cast halos of yellow-orange, isolated in a sea of black. It adds to the unreal effect of the whole evening. I could go home, but for what? No one is waiting for me there, and even if they are, I'm enjoying this time to myself. I appreciate the chance to think without any pressure or anybody expecting me to be anywhere. I wend my way back to the candy store. I let myself into my office and sit down in my own chair. The place looks different at this time of night. I switch on the computer and wait for it to power up. Is that my hand moving toward the mouse, or is it someone else? Am I a long-forgotten notion still looking for a way to become real? When the computer comes on, I bring up the surveillance feed from my own security cameras. They only record inside the store, but maybe that's enough. I scroll through acres of footage until I come to the time and date of Mr. Stewart's death. The cameras cover 2 angles in the store, one aiming toward the register and the front counter, the other covering the front door. The second one gives a perfect face shot of everyone walking through my door, my big, clear glass door. I take special care to keep my windows clean at all times. I constantly nag Zach and Patty about washing the windows. I get out the Windex at the slightest smudge on the windows. Most of my customers are young kids, and they always leave smudges on glass. Someone is always out there wiping the fingerprints off, so that camera gives an excellent view through the glass into Main Street, straight across to Mr. Stewart's building. I slow down the footage when I get to the right time. The unreality of the evening thus far vaporizes. Time slows down, and I watch the day of Mr. Stewart's death unfold before my eyes. This is no dream. This is all real. I isolate the camera recording the front door and Main Street. Yes, there's me talking to Mr. Stewart in front of his grooming parlor. There's me walking away toward the store. The feed even shows Rocky entering the alley, on foot. Why didn't I think of this before? That guy never drives around town. I never even knew he had a van until this evening. I lean forward in my chair and watch with concentrated attention. There's Mr. Stewart throwing up his hands in disgust, turning away from Rocky, and storming back into his building. There's Rocky sticking the baggie in the dumpster. It's all there in black and white. My teeth chatter in anticipation. This is it. This is where I find the smoking gun that tells me who killed Mr. Stewart and how. My hands shake, controlling the mouse. The alley stands empty for several minutes. Nothing happens. I move my cursor to fast forward when Mr. Stewart comes out again. How did the killer know he would be right there at exactly that time? They must have staked him out from somewhere out of sight. That shows a significant degree of premeditation. They planned to kill him, and they stalked him, maybe for hours, to get exactly the right opportunity. Mr. Stewart cruises through the alley, cleaning up the dishes of food and milk he left for the strays. He picks up a few scattered items of trash and puts them in his dumpster. He works his way to the head of the alley. Every nerve in my body tenses. I want to scream at the screen, to warn him not to go out there, to tell him to go back inside before it's too late. I can't sit here and watch a man die without doing something. The problem is, he's already dead. West End lost one of its best citizens, and I can't do anything to stop it. He comes to the very opening of the alley. At that moment, a black sedan surges out of nowhere from off the screen. It plows right into him and smashes him in the chest. The impact sends him flying backward. He catapults over on one side and flops face down halfway into the alley, where I found him. I catch sight of a clear image of the circular Mercedes logo on the car's rear end before it screeches away and disappears. I stare at my screen with my heart in my mouth. I can't believe I just saw a man murdered in broad daylight. The killer must have known all about Mr. Stewart's surveillance cameras. They must have figured out what areas of the grooming parlor they covered and what they didn't cover. They planned this murder down to the square inch so Mr. Stewart's cameras would never show any sign of what they had done. They knew where the cameras were because they were one of his loyal customers. Until now, that is. They weren't counting on the candy store's cameras covering the other areas, though. They weren't counting on a camera pointed through a plate glass window, recording everything in stark, vivid detail. Mr. Stewart lies motionless on my screen until Maria comes out and finds him. I click my mouse to pause the video. I don't need to see the rest. Then I get a brilliant idea. I scroll the footage back to the moment of impact. I pause it again with the car's back bumper pointed directly at the camera. There's the circular logo divided into 3 equal segments. It looks like a kid's lesson in fractions. Even the car's license plate number shows up crisp and clear. I take a screenshot and email it to David's phone. When he gets back from Hartford, he can run the number through the police database to find the owner. But I already know who it is. I would recognize that car anywhere. Chapter 10. I lock up the candy store all over again, but when I get outside, I feel even less inclined to go home. I cracked this case, and I don't want to quit until I put it to rest. I pause on the sidewalk to take a look around. On any other night, the mist, the darkness, and the oppressive silence would give me the creeps. Not tonight, though. I'm one with the night. I'm part of it. It welcomes me. My senses prickle in sharp detail. Every sound in the distance strikes my ear and heightens my alertness. My eyes pick up the slightest hint of movement in the shadows. I smell the coming autumn on the mist. I don't want to go inside. I don't want to give in to tame domesticity and comfort. I want to roam with the shadow phantoms. I want to see and feel and hear things that house dwellers never see and never know exist. I want to learn all the night's secrets before I go back to my insular bubble. I turn my steps to the western neighborhood. I don't have any plan in mind. I only know the answers I seek lie in that direction. I slither through the gloom unseen. Voices and laughter and TV sounds come from the houses. None of those people know I'm here. I make my way back to Dia's house. I stand outside for a long time. Light streams through the windows, but no sound. What is she doing in there? Is she reading with her dogs? Is she talking to someone on the phone? I cross the street and linger right outside her driveway. There's the big black Mercedes parked in front of the garage. Raffaello, the gardener, isn't around now. No one can see me. I'm invisible. I'm a wraith sprung to life from the fabric of the night. I'm the very idea of justice come to quiet Mr. Stewart's restless soul. The license plate number matches the car on the surveillance camera, but I already knew that. The silence coming from the house encourages me. I cross into the driveway and circle the car. The front grille looks just as perfect as the day David photographed it with his phone. We won't get a match from that to compare with the bruises on Mr. Stewart's chest, but maybe the grille holds some other clue for us. I take a step toward it and trail my fingertips across the shiny chrome mesh. As I suspected, it's perfectly clean. If Dia ran Mr. Stewart down with this car, the very first thing she would have done would be to have it cleaned. Perhaps Raffaello can give us some relevant information after all. He might lie for Dia and tell us she was home all day, but I'd be willing to bet he wouldn't be so scrupulous about telling us the last time he washed the car. Heck, he would probably even tell us he cleaned it the day Mr. Stewart was killed. I bend down and peer into the grill. The car in question tore Mr. Stewart's shirt, and the police have never been able to account for the missing fabric. The cloth might still be attached to this car. When I get right up close, I see a wink of color behind the mesh. The light from the windows reveals a plaid pattern of white and green with a thin red stripe, the same pattern I remember Mr. Stewart wearing the day he died. I can't fit my fingers through the grill to reach it, though. If I could get inside the car, I could pop the hood and look behind the grill, but that would be too invasive for a civilian investigator like me. I'll have to wait for David. Then I get another brainwave. I reach into my handbag and take out my pocket tweezers. I always carry them around for cosmetic emergencies that shall remain unmentioned. I bite my lip while I insert the tip through the grill. I wiggle it around until I touch the fabric. It wobbles. Oh, please, God, don't let it fall. The mesh is too tight. I can't open the tweezers to get hold of the scrap. I probe deeper when, to my horror, the fabric slides out of view. It flutters loose and drops out of sight. I retrieve my tweezers, but it's all over. I'm sunk. That clue was my last hope for solving this case, and I blew it with my overzealous attitude. I turn to put my tweezers away when I spot the scrap on the ground under the bumper. My heart leaps. Could I really be that lucky? I must have poked it loose. It must have fallen behind the grill in front of the engine block and landed on the ground. I snatch it up in breathless excitement. Gotcha! And I've got you, Miss Nichols. The voice startles me out of my wits. I spin around to find Dia standing behind me. She aims a revolver at my head. The same dog perches on her left arm, and a sick grin twists up Dia's mouth. I swallow hard, but I can't make a sound. She saunters toward me with smug nonchalance. The way she waves the gun suggests she doesn't know how to use it. If I'm right, she's more dangerous than if she did know how to use it. She could fire the weapon without meaning to. So, the great Miss Margaret Nichols decided to pay us a visit, Chomsky. She drawls into her dog's ear. Can you believe that? What is that in your hand, my dear? I instinctively close my fist around the fabric sample. If it did come from Mr. Stewart's shirt, I can't let Dia take it away from me. It's nothing. If it's nothing, she snarls back, you wouldn't be poking around my car trying to find it in the dead of night. Now, let me see it before I put you in the ground. She steadies her gun so it points with unwavering accuracy at my head. She bites the words off short through gritted teeth. All her genteel civility vanishes in a heartbeat. She becomes a nasty, hateful demon instead of a wealthy lady of manners. I can't give her that sample. She might have killed Mr. Stewart. She might have convinced herself that he deserved it for making her lose the dog show. She never counted on killing me or anybody else, though. I can only hope and pray she doesn't want to make this nightmare any worse than it already is. I struggle to my feet, all the time keeping my fist tightly closed. I can't let her see the sample. I can't let her find out I found another crucial piece of evidence to prove her guilt. If she realizes, she'll have no reason to keep me alive. I trip over my own feet trying to stand up and fall down on my hands and knees. I bruise my closed knuckles on the concrete, but I can't let pain and panic get the better of me now. My only hope lies in convincing her I don't know anything. I finally get upright. I'm sorry I intruded, Dia. I'll leave you alone now. She takes a rapid step sideways, so the gun barrel stops me from leaving. You're not going anywhere. The great Margaret Nichols comes snooping around my car for no good reason? I don't think so. What are you doing here? What's in your hand? I wave my fist, but I still don't open it. I told you, it's nothing. Then why did you say, "Gotcha"? She demands. Let me see it right now if you want to walk away from here. Hopeless terror seeps into my heart. No one knows where I am. No one knows what I found out. I can't get away. In desperation, I change tack. I squeeze tighten my hand and shove both fists into my pocket. I grit my teeth and growl back at her. No, I won't. She stiffens and her eyes flash with fury. I said, show me what you took from my car. I won't ask again. What are you going to do, Dia? Shoot me? Are you really going to kill another person? Isn't one enough? She jerks backward in surprise. The minute the words pass my lips, I regret them. I can't take them back now, though. He deserved to die, she growls. He was an incompetent brute. If I hadn't done it, someone else would have. Everyone hated him. He made more enemies every day. I did the world a favor. You did yourself a favor, you mean? I counter. You killed Mr. Stewart. Admit it. Of course I killed him, she screeches with sudden power. Do you know what that man cost me? What? I ask. The title at a dog show? Is that really worth a man's life? Yes, she thunders. I would have killed him 12 times over for what he did to me and my dogs. He deserved a lot worse. I wish I could have made him suffer. I wish I could have seen his shriveled old face when the agony took hold. I wish I could have seen the fear in his eyes when he realized he was going to die. That would have been the ultimate revenge. She cackles in maniacal glee, and I stare at her in disgusted horror. She really has lost her grip on reality if she thinks a freaking dog show is worth this. No sane person would get so worked up about something so trivial. You didn't know what he was really like, she goes on. You didn't see the way he behaved in his business. He killed me with 1,000 cuts long before the dog show. He insulted me and my dogs. He questioned my intelligence in front of other customers. He even had the audacity to say my dogs were too short and stocky ever to win any title. He was a vicious, heartless monster, and I made up my mind to kill him years ago. I gulp to get my voice working. He wasn't all bad, Dia. He might have been rude and abrasive, but he had a soft side. He worked anonymously to help people and animals. He had a good heart, even if he wasn't all that great with people. Her features go black, with barely suppressed fury. That expression alone scares me more than the gun. You're here to solve his murder, aren't you? You're some kind of fancy detective who goes around putting killers in jail. That's what you have in your pocket, don't you? You found something of his on my car. Let me see it. On a whim, I release my fingers. I take my hands out of my pockets, but leave the fabric scrap behind. I spread my palms up for her to see. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have anything in my pocket. A flash of evil flits across her face. The next minute, she waves her gun toward the house. Get inside. We'll settle this. My blood freezes in my veins. I can't go inside with her. That would be the end of me. If I'm going to die, I have to make my stand right here. Look, Dia, I begin. We don't need to go inside. There's nothing to talk about. If you killed Mr. Stewart, that's between you and the... She takes one quick stride toward me and raises the gun. The barrel comes within an inch of my forehead. Her blazing blue eyes sear my soul behind her diamond-encrusted fingers. She doesn't blink when she pulls back the hammer and the cylinder clicks into place. From here, I can see bullets in every chamber. Her hand doesn't waver. Now she looks like she knows exactly what she's doing with that gun. Even if she doesn't, I can't risk it going off so close to my head. I glance toward the house. Before I can make up my mind what to do, she lowers the dog to the ground and grabs my elbow. She shoves me toward the door and jams the gun into my neck. Move! Chapter 11. Dia pushes me into her living room, where David and I interviewed her. My, how the tables have turned. She points her gun toward the cream leather couch. Sit down over there. I sit down and hug my arms around my chest. I survey the room with a sinking heart. How did I get myself into this? Is a little scrap of cloth worth my life? I can't hand it over to her now, though. Once she gets her hands on it, she'll have no further use for me, and she'll destroy the evidence. I can't let that happen. The way I see it, I have two options. I can delay the inevitable by making her talk, or I can try to escape. How I'll do that with a deranged killer holding me at gunpoint, I have no idea. Maybe something will distract her. Something like her dogs. Her dogs mean more to her than anything. She towers over me with the gun still trained on my face. Her dog scoots around her ankles. Its toenails click on the floor tiles. Its gray fur waves around its feet. It looks like a caricature of a dog. What are you smiling at? Dia snaps. This isn't funny. If you think it is, you're going to find out it isn't. I bit back my grin. I don't think it's funny, Dia. You're only making it worse for yourself by holding me here. She waves her gun again. Turn out your pockets. Then we'll see who it's worse for. My shoulders slump in defeat. I can't do that, Dia. You know that. You killed Mr. Stewart. You'll get caught, no matter what you do to me. You didn't really think you could get away with it, did you? What makes you think I'll get caught? She fires back. You have no evidence I killed him. Dia, I murmur. Surveillance cameras around town captured your car running into him at the mouth of the alley. They did not, she huffs. That's a lie. I nod. They even got your license number. In a few minutes or hours, Detective Graham will find the image on his phone. Then he'll come here and find me. Either I'll be dead and you'll be facing 2 counts of premeditated homicide, or I'll be alive and you'll be facing 1 count of premeditated homicide and 1 count of attempted murder. The choice is yours. You're a liar, she shrieks. You're trying to trick me. Mr. Stewart's cameras couldn't have recorded anything at the mouth of the alley. They don't cover that part of the street. You're right. They don't. but other cameras in town do.
Where?
She barked.
Name one camera that could have...
I'm not going to tell you which camera it was, I reply. But we found the footage. I printed an image of your car and your license number and sent it to Detective Graham.
You're a liar. You're trying to get me to lower my guard.
I shrug and look away. I play it a lot more casually than I feel, but none of that matters now. The only way to get out of this is to make her understand that killing me will get her nowhere. Don't you see, Dia? I ask her. It doesn't matter if I have anything in my pocket or what it might be. We already have enough evidence to charge you with murder. It's over.
It's never over, she hisses. What about my dogs? Who would take care of them if anything happened to me? I could never leave them.
As she speaks, she gathers. What did she say his name was? Chomsky. She picks him up and cradles him in her arm. She kisses him and nuzzles his ear. Don't you have some family that can take care of them? I ask. Her head whips around and she glares at me.
There's only my husband, and he doesn't care for my dogs. These animals are my responsibility. They're my whole life.
That explains why she lost her noggin when she didn't win the show. I don't say that out loud, though. The more attention she pays to her dog, the more she takes her focus off me. She even turns the gun away to snuggle closer to the creature. While she's got her face buried in her dog, the other one trots into the room. It scampers around her feet and even stands up to prop its tiny forepaws against her leg. It peers up at her in expectation of similar treatment. I gather my courage for another sally. Look, Dia, just let me go and we can... I start to get up, but she snaps alert in a fraction of a second. She aims her gun at me.
Don't you move!
I hold up my hands, but now that I'm on my feet, I refuse to back down again. I won't give up my ground now. You don't want to do this, Dia. Think of your dogs. You don't want to leave them friendless in this mean old world, do you? Just put the gun down and we can... Lightning quick, she drops Chomsky to the floor. He lands on top of his friend, and the two animals tumble over each other, squealing in alarm. They fall over on their backs, with their fluffy little legs flailing the air, before they get untangled and run off in different directions. Dia grasps her gun in both hands. Before she can take a decent stance or aim, the weapon goes off. The bullet smashes into the plaster ceiling. A rain of white powder puffs into the air. I don't wait around to see any more. I dive for cover between the couch and the coffee table. I bury my head under my arms. Gunshots explode all around me. I don't dare look out. This must be the end of the world. Somewhere in all the confusion, I realize the shots aren't coming from Dia's direction. I ease my head up and crack my eyes open. My jaw drops when I see David Graham down on one knee across the room. He braces both arms straight out and pops off shots from his sidearm. 3 uniformed officers flank him with their weapons drawn. All at once, the din cuts off as abruptly as it began. Silence descends over the room, all except the sprinkle of plaster dust from the ceiling. A gruff male voice shatters the stillness.
Get down on the ground. Hands behind your head. Don't move.
I pry my head up, and the officers rush in. They tackle Dia, pin her to the floor, and handcuff her. David comes to my side.
You are in so much trouble, young lady.
My hand flies to my head, but I can't laugh. I'm too relieved to see him. Did you get my email? He nods.
I got it. You just had to come prying around here on your own in the middle of the night, didn't you? God forbid you should wait for backup."
I steal a glance up at him. Well, it wasn't a complete waste. I pull the scrap of fabric out of my pocket and hold it out to him. He stares down at it.
"Where did you find that?"
"In the grill of her car. It was wedged into the back near the engine block. You couldn't have seen it from the outside, and it was far enough back that washing the car wouldn't touch it." He takes a Ziploc bag out of his jacket pocket, unzips it, and holds it out to me. I drop the sample into it. It looks so small and insignificant now. No one would suspect a tiny interwoven collection of cotton fibers could mean so much. A strangled cry draws our attention to Dia. The officers wrestle her to her feet and start to manhandle her out of the room. She screeches and wails to wake the dead.
"No, my dogs, Chomsky, Rasputin! No, you can't take them away from me. They'll die without me."
"They won't die, Dia," I tell her. "They'll go to the Humane Society. Thanks to Mr. Stewart, the shelter has enough food and resources to take care of them. Too bad he's dead now, which means a lot more animals will suffer, thanks to you." She looks right through me with her insane eyes. For the first time, she doesn't look so much like a killer as a pathetic old lady.
"You can't do this to me. They're all I have. They're my family. It's Thanksgiving after all. You can't take me away from them at a time like this."
I wave toward the pictures crowding the mantelpiece over the fireplace. "What about your husband and your children and your grandchildren? Maybe you should spend Thanksgiving with them instead of paying so much attention to your dogs." Her lip trembles, and she lowers her eyes to the floor.
"They all hate me. They won't even talk to me. My husband spends Thanksgiving with his family, but I'm not welcome there anymore. It's too uncomfortable with all the bad blood between me and his relatives."
I blink at her. She presents such a perfect image of wealth and, well, to be honest, the only thing she has going for her is wealth. Her personality stinks. I can understand why real people don't want to be around her.
"My dogs,"
she chokes.
"They're my babies. They're the only ones that love me. Don't take them away."
I don't know what to say. David intervenes.
"We wouldn't be taking them away from you, or you away from them, if you hadn't killed Mr. Stewart. Maybe you should have thought about your dogs before you ran him down with your car. Then you'd be spending Thanksgiving with the ones you love, instead of spending it in jail."
The officers march her out of the house. Her shrieks and tortured cries resound through the house and out into the night. In the midst of the kerfuffle, one of the crew gathers up the dogs and takes them away too. The whole scene crushes my spirit. I don't want to be here. I want to go home to Zach. I want to put my arms around the people I care about. My head shoots up, and I find David studying me. His eyes glisten with a hint of moisture. Is he thinking the same thing? Until recently, I counted him one of the people I care about. I would have put my arms around him, but not now.
"Well, you did it again,"
he murmurs.
"You cracked the case and embarrassed the police."
I look down at my hands. I never meant to embarrass anybody. Thank you for coming. You saved my bacon yet again. He shrugs, but a shade of color washes over his cheeks.
I'm glad I have you to spend Thanksgiving with.
I nod, too broken-hearted to enjoy the moment. I'm glad I have you too, even if we...
Margaret, he interrupts. Can't we put the past behind us and start over? You know how I feel about you. We both care for each other. We both want this. What's stopping you?
I look up at him. I can get lost in those endless blue eyes of his. I do want this. I want things to go back to the way they were before between David and me. What is stopping me? I look around the room. Besides the snow of plaster dust covering everything, Dia's living room presents a flawless veneer of contentment and prosperity, unlike my house. Those pictures on the mantelpiece would convince anyone she had everything the human heart could desire. Underneath, though, the rot and dysfunction ate away at her life and left nothing worthwhile. She was far poorer than anyone I ever met, far sadder, and far lonelier. Not even her dogs could make up for that. My house might be old and disheveled. My garden might be weedy and overgrown. My carpets might be threadbare, and the staircase might creak. The hearts that live in that house share genuine affection and care, though. Zach never has to worry about my approval or my love. Is that really true? Why would he hide Gilly from me if he knows how much I love him? When have I ever told him? God knows I'm not perfect. I have a past I'm not proud of. I make up my mind then and there. I'll prove myself to him. I'll show him how much I love him. I won't let a little thing like him dating a goth stop me from making it real to him. As sure as I'm standing here, I'll make him know how I really feel. He'll never have to spend Thanksgiving or Christmas with anyone else, or alone for that matter. My thoughts clear, and I become aware of David standing there. He still scrutinizes me and waits for me to say something. I cover my eyes and let out a broken sigh. You're right. I do want it, but I can't think about that right now. I have to get home so Zach doesn't start to worry.
Come on.
He touches my elbow.
I'll drive you.
Chapter 12. David parks in front of my house. He starts to reach for his door handle to get out when I stop him. Wait a minute, David. I need to talk to you. He sits back in the seat.
Go ahead.
It's about Rocky Morris.
What about him?
Well, I guess you know by now he didn't kill Mr. Stewart, I tell him. He argued with him the day of his death. I sort of talked to him after you picked up the pills from the cottage.
I know all about it, he replies. What was that you were telling me when you promised you wouldn't get hurt?
I wheel around fast. I can't appreciate the joke now. You know? How?
He told me. He told me everything. How he got his sister hooked on drugs and was going to plant the pills on Mr. Stewart's property to frame him. He also told me about how he kidnapped you and was on his way to kill you when you talked him down.
I blink in astonishment. He told you all that? He suppresses a crooked grin.
For a big, bad, tattooed con, he is certainly a teddy bear at heart. He basically threw himself on my mercy and sobbed on my shoulder. He told me how sorry he was and begged me to take it easy on him. He said you told him I would if he let you go.
So, will you? I ask. Will you take it easy on him? He's the one who gave me the idea to check the cameras.
What cameras? Where did you get that picture of Dia's car?
From the candy store, I tell him. One of my internal cameras points straight at the front window. It affords a perfect view of the alley. I caught the whole murder on video." David shakes his head and turns away, chuckling. "You never cease to amaze me, you know that? All right, I can give Rocky a pass for your sake. I suppose he's earned that for solving the case for us."
"Thank you,"
I breathe.
"I appreciate it."
"Listen, I was thinking just now when Dia was screaming about not having anyone to spend Thanksgiving with because everyone hates her. I was thinking how terrible it would be to be her."
I gaze through the windshield. I was thinking the same thing.
"I was thinking," he goes on, "that there's no one besides you in the whole world I would rather spend Thanksgiving with. I'm grateful for a lot of things in my life this year, and you are the thing I'm most grateful for. I'm grateful for your friendship. I'm grateful for your generosity. I'm grateful for your professional input. I'm grateful just to know you. If you're not ready to give us another shot, I'm cool with that. Just being in your life is reward enough."
I blush in spite of myself. I stare down at my hands in my lap. I was thinking the same thing about you. Out of nowhere, his hand closes over mine. I look up to see his eyes blazing down at me. Is he going to kiss me right now? How would I feel if he did? Part of me doesn't want him to. Why not? Is it possible I'm still guarding myself against feeling anything for him? Is it possible I'm such a cad that I would hold one little mistake over him all this time, even after he got his daughter back in his life, even after everything that happened tonight? I hate to think I could be so cold. On the other hand, I want him to kiss me. I want to crawl into the warmth of his presence and hide in the protection of his arms. I want to feel the impossible bliss of being with him the way I used to be. So why do I hold myself at a distance? He doesn't kiss me, though. He doesn't even wait for me to react. He squeezes my hands. Then he yanks his door open and gets out. He walks around the car and opens my door for me the way he always does. He'll always do that, whether we're friends or whatever. I get out and he walks me to the porch. He doesn't stand around in awkward silence there either. He touches my elbow and murmurs, "Good night," before he returns to his car. He sits in the driver's seat until I go inside. He'll always do that, too. It doesn't mean anything. That's just the kind of guy he is. I enter the bright entry that smells of home. The whole house radiates comfort and belonging. No one could feel lonely or sad in this place. So why do I so often feel lonely and sad here? It's stupid. It's my own fault. I'm surrounded by good people who admire me and support me. I have no reason to feel lonely or sad. I even have a decent, considerate, affectionate man who wants more than friendship from me. What am I thinking? We are more than friends. If we don't kiss and hug and fill each other with delight the way we used to, I have no one to blame but myself for that too. What an idiot I am to withhold that from myself and from him. Heaven knows he deserves it. I deserve it. My heart aches for it. It's my own stubborn pride that won't let the walls down. Just then, someone coughs in the living room. I know what I have to do. I hang up my coat and put my handbag on the entry table and walk in. Zach slouches on the couch with his legs stretched across the coffee table. His laptop balances on his thighs, and his headphone wires trail from his ears. He doesn't look up. He doesn't even know I'm there. I could walk past. I could go upstairs to my room. But those days are over. I enter the living room and sit down next to him. He leaps up and tugs the wires out. "Hey, Mom, where did you come from?" I steel myself for the big disclosure. I've been arresting Mr. Stewart's killer. She's behind bars. His eyebrows shoot up. "Good job, Mom. I was thinking you should start putting together a resume of successful cases for your website so new clients can read your success stories." I lay my hand on his knee. "And I was thinking how much I love you, Zachary. I haven't told you, not the way I should have. You mean the world to me, and I am so very sorry I made you feel uncomfortable about telling me about Gilly. I'm going to do my best to make it up to both of you. You deserve that. You've been the man in my life for a long time, and I never want the day to come when we can't enjoy each other's company the way we do now. Nothing in the world means more to me than you do." His cheeks flush bright red, and he drops his eyes to the floor. "Aw, Mom, you don't have to say that." "Yes, I do. We're family. We're our only family. I want you to know that if you bring Gilly or anyone else into it, you'll get nothing but support and love from me. Both of you. If I ever do anything to jeopardize that, I want you to tell me so I can fix it. Understand?" He looks up at me, and his eyes get moist. "Thank you, Mom. I will." I squeeze his leg one more time. I would love to put my arms around him, but I don't want to make him uncomfortable. "I love you, Zachary. I love you more than anyone in the world. I'm so glad we have this time to live together and get closer as adults. I wouldn't trade it for anything." "Me too, Mom." He swallows hard. "I never want anything to come between us either, but I have to tell you something." I freeze. "What is it?" "I want to make sure you're not staying away from Detective Graham because of me. I don't want you to avoid being in a relationship with him because you're trying to protect me. Or because you think you have to be there for me, or for anything you might see as an obligation to me as your son. If that's what you're worried about, I want you to know I can handle you being with him." I gasp out loud. "Is that what you think? You think I'm avoiding a relationship with him because of you?" He shrugs. "I wasn't sure. I'm just saying." I laugh out loud in sheer relief. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just so relieved this case is over and we're sitting here together in our own living room talking to each other. I'm not avoiding a relationship with him because of you. I'm avoiding a relationship with him because of me. But I think that's over now. I don't know how, but I think we might be getting back together." "Oh, good," he exclaims. "I was worried about you when you broke up with him. I thought you might have sworn off love, and that would be terrible." I beam at him. I can't stop feasting my eyes on him, and not just because he's easy on the eyes. No mother could ask for a better son. I don't think I'm in any danger of that. Besides, I have a feeling David Graham and I are going to be spending a lot of time together in the future. He's coming to Thanksgiving after all. He nods. "That reminds me, Gilly and I want to help. You're not allowed to do everything yourself, understand? You're going to put us to work. This is a family occasion. Is that clear?" I salute him. "Yes, sir." "Good. Now, isn't it past your bedtime?" I slide back on the couch. "Maybe, but I'm not tired. I think I'll sit up for a while longer. What are you working on?" He settles his laptop back on his thighs and scoots in next to me, so we can both see the screen. I'm editing the website for Gilly's band. I read the screen. Lacerated Gangrene? Is that really the name of the band? What's wrong? Don't you think it works? I grimace. It's not very nice, is it? That's the whole idea. It's a thrash metal band. It's supposed to sound awful and offensive. Well, it certainly sounds that. He turns back to the screen. Maybe it needs a little bit of rebranding. I'll say it does. What's that? YouTube clips? Is that what you were listening to? Yep, he replies. Do you want to take a listen? I groan. No, thank you. I don't want to hear Lacerated Gangrene. He laughs. He hits one of the website's buttons, and it brings up a bunch of pictures of the band members. There's my son's girlfriend, possibly my future daughter-in-law, in all her goth horror. The pictures show her behind a drum kit, her lithe, muscular arms strained to the breaking point with exertion, her face transfigured to a horrible mask of animalistic, murderous ferocity. Her heavy mascara runs down her sweat-streaked face. Her dark purple lipstick smears across her cheeks. She looks barely human. The other girls look just as hideous and revolting. I swallow down my misgivings. I don't care what she looks like. I don't even care if she behaves as horribly as she looks. I'll welcome her. I'll make her a part of this family, if that's what Zach wants. I'll do that and a lot more to make this house a home for anyone who wants it. I'm sitting too close to Zach to look at him, but I can't stop thinking about him, even as I look at the computer screen. Is it possible my own son is an everlasting gobstopper just like everyone else? Is it possible his own mother doesn't know who he is? Why not? He's a person like everyone else. He's discovering himself as much as the rest of us. He lives here in my house, right under my very nose, but I don't know him. Even if I get to know who he is now, he'll change again one of these days into someone I don't know. I will too. Can it be that I'm as much as a puzzle to him as he is to me? Could it be we'd just have to keep uncovering each other for the rest of our lives? Maybe we don't ever know who we are or who anybody else is. I shudder at the thought, but in a way, it gives me comfort. If it's true, we never really know anybody, not even ourselves. The minute we learn who someone is, or find out who we ourselves are, it changes. Then we start the process all over again. Long after I say goodnight to Zach and go to my room, I lie awake in bed and stare at the ceiling. Is this what life is? A never-ending series of mysteries that continue to evolve and morph forever? Why doesn't anybody tell us this when we're young? Why am I only learning this at the ripe old age of 45? Why doesn't anyone tell you that if you have children, you'll never know who they really are? I always prided myself on being the one person in the world who really knew Zach. I can't assure myself of that now, though. I don't understand him. And now he has Gilly. If he confides in anyone, it will be her. It's a sobering thought, but in a way, it's a comforting one, too. If there's anything I don't like about myself, I can change it. I don't have to stay the same forever. I'm free to evolve. The people around me have to evolve with me. I'm not a prisoner in my own life. I can keep improving. I can keep learning and changing and adapting. I can keep working to be the person I want to be. It's a nice thought. Chapter 13. I lean into the storeroom and bellow, "Come on, boy! Time to go!" Zach's voice answers me. "I'm coming, Mom." He appears, and we both leave the candy store. I lock the door behind us, and we meet Sabrina Harris outside. She carries 2 huge platters of cakes, cookies, and treats. Her employee, Tanya, comes behind her with more food. Stacy Coons calls from down the street,
"Wait for me!"
I turn around to see her pushing a cart loaded with 4 enormous frosted cakes, 1 carrot, 1 white, and 2 chocolate. The 4 of us cross Main Street to Mr. Stewart's building. People converge on the former dog grooming parlor from all over town. We can barely get through the door, the place is so packed. Kyle Davidson backs away to give us space. His Alsatian, Jonah, wags his tail at me and squashes himself against Kyle's leg to make himself smaller. Across the room, I see Sam Rochester with Bronx on a leash. When I scan the room, I see as many dogs as people. The minute we get inside, David stands up on something on the far side of the room. It takes me a minute to realize he's standing on Mr. Stewart's old work table. David raises his hands for quiet.
"Thank you all for coming. I was about to say, we are gathered here today, but then I remembered that's for something else."
Everybody laughs. The crowd surges for a moment before they settle down.
"Seriously, though,"
David continues,
"we're all here today to pay tribute to Mr. Stewart and the contribution he made to this community. When I look around this room, I see a lot of people who respected him. I also see a lot of people who hated him. I see a lot of people he drove crazy."
More laughter. When the audience starts listening again, David gets serious.
"I don't know a single person in this room who didn't have a love-hate relationship with Mr. Stewart, except maybe the dogs. He might have been the most nerve-wracking old coot any of us ever knew, but we can all agree on one thing. That man loved animals. He was always kind to them. He never mistreated them. He gave his heart and soul, and his time and money and energy, to making their lives easier and happier and more comfortable. He donated time and food to the Humane Society, and he kept his activities a secret so no one ever got an opportunity to give him the credit he deserved."
People around the room nod in agreement and appreciation.
"When I look around this room, I see a lot of dogs who loved Mr. Stewart. I see dogs who loved coming to him, who were happy to have his hands on them, who were never happier than when he worked on them. I see dogs who relaxed with him. I see dogs who never received a cross word from him in their lives. I see dogs he tended when they were sick. I see dogs for whom Mr. Stewart was something like a vet. I see owners who brought their animals to Mr. Stewart first because they knew he possessed encyclopedic knowledge on dog health. And if he couldn't help them, no one could. I see a lot of people in this room who trusted their soul companions to him. I see a lot of people who trusted Mr. Stewart with something even more precious to them than their own lives, the health and well-being of their closest loved ones. Do you want to know what I find so ironic? The person who killed him felt the same way about him. The person who killed him trusted him with her dogs, the creatures she prized above her own life. That's how much Mr. Stewart meant to this community. But I don't want to talk about that. I'd like to open the floor now to you folks. I think we should take turns telling a story about how Mr. Stewart enriched our lives. Some of us, literally. I'll go first, since I seem to be standing up here in front of everyone.
He looks around him like he can't figure out what he's doing there. People laugh some more. Everyone is having a good time, exactly the way we planned.
I got called out to a search and rescue operation in the state park outside of town once.
David begins.
We were out there for 4 days, searching for a party of backpackers who got lost. It was late autumn, and it poured freezing rain the whole time. The state coordination team arranged a tent serving coffee and food to the people on the search and rescue team. Anytime anybody got tired, or at the end of their shift, you could go in there and get something to eat and a hot drink. They had hot showers and clean towels and everything, and there was a huge trailer where the search and rescue people slept between shifts. By the 4th day, we found the hikers. The med-evac helicopter came in to transport them to Hartford, and all the searchers started leaving the area. I was on my way out of the park when I happened to look over my shoulder. I saw one of the search and rescue guys crouched down near a bush. I went back to ask what the problem was. I got up next to him, and I saw his dog stretched out on the ground. It was wearing a search and rescue harness. The guy was running his fingers through the dog's fur, and the fur was soaking wet. I squatted down and asked what was going on, and the guy said the dog was exhausted. This dog had been working almost without a break since the search started. He was wet through and sleep-deprived. The handler wasn't even sure the dog had had enough to eat and drink, because every time they were on their way back to the break tent, someone would call the team back to search another area for any scent trace of the missing hikers. I looked around. There was no one around. We were just about the last people left in the area. I didn't know what to do, so I scooped up the dog in my arms, and I said to the guy, "Come on, we're taking this dog to Mr. Stewart." I carried the dog out of the park. All the rest of the search and rescue people were packing up and leaving. No one besides the handler gave this dog a second thought, and you could see the handler was really worried. He looked the way any of you would look if your dog was in trouble. I put the dog in the back seat of my car, and I drove him and the handler into town. I took them both to Mr. Stewart, and he welcomed them both. He told the handler to help himself to a cup of coffee, and he took the dog to his workstation. He laid the dog on the table and turned on the tap. He poured warm water all over the dog and warmed him up. Then he dried him off and made him a meal of dog food softened in hot milk. I'll tell you something, I have never seen a happier dog.
David laughs and coughs, but everyone can see tears in his eyes. People in the crowd wipe their eyes while they smile and laugh.
Anyway, it's not much of a story. I know a lot of you have similar ones, and even better ones. I just thought we could share them, so we can all hear what Mr. Stewart did for this community. That's all I have to say.
He jumps off the table, and the crowd breaks into applause. In a second, everyone starts looking around for the next person to speak. Before I know it, a young man pokes his head above the crowd. His name is Jeff Harkness, and he works as a waiter at Stacy's Cafe. He climbs onto the table. Even before the crowd quiets, he starts talking.
A few days ago, Stacy told us all that an anonymous tipper left $500 in the tip jar to be distributed to the staff on duty that day. I got $100. I didn't want to take it. I thought it was either a trick or that someone else needed the money more than I did. I put it in my wallet, but I didn't think anything about it until I got home. When I got there, I found out my mother was taken to the hospital that morning with an acute asthma attack. The minute I got there, the landlord pulled up in his car and started harassing me. He said my mother was behind on her rent, and if he didn't get the money right then and there, he would start eviction procedures. I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know my mother had money problems, but I gave him the $100, and I promised to fix the situation right away. If I hadn't handed him cold, hard cash, I'm sure he would have done it, because he was pretty hot under the collar. As it was, the money calmed him down. When I told him my mother was in the hospital, he nodded and said he could give me a few more days to make up the difference, but that it needed it dealt with right away. I assured him I would take care of it, and he left.
Jeff chokes, trying to get the words out.
I found out afterward it was Mr. Stewart who left the money in the tip jar. I can't tell you who told me, but if Mr. Stewart hadn't given us that money, my mother would be homeless right now. Instead, I paid the landlord, and she's still living in her house. I went with my mother to the Social Security office to make sure she was getting the money she is supposed to get each month. It turns out they made a calculation error, and she was supposed to be getting an extra $200. She's happy and secure, and we both have Mr. Stewart to thank for that.
Everyone applauds, and Jeff gets off the table. I look around the room. Who could have told the cafe employees about Mr. Stewart's secret tipping? I didn't tell anybody. The only other person I told was David Graham, and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't reveal something like that. I could be wrong. If I'm not wrong, that means someone else in town found out what Mr. Stewart was doing. I can only wonder what stories we'll hear at this memorial gathering. Stacy nudges her cart into the throng, and people start taking tea and cake from her. Sabrina and Tanya work their way into the packed room, going the other way. People eat while they listen to more and more townsfolk get up to sing Mr. Stewart's praises. I can only look around and wonder, what will people say about me when I'm dead? A person would have to be pretty special to get a couple hundred of his closest neighbors and colleagues to turn out, get up in front of a crowd, and tell all the wonderful things he did for them and for their beloved animals. It's pretty incredible that a man as abrasive and contrary as Mr. Stewart could inspire this kind of feeling. It gives me something to aspire to for the rest of my life. Chapter 14. Zach comes into the kitchen, bringing a gust of cold air from the backyard.
Okay, Mom. I decorated the living room with brightly colored leaves and branches, and I left the stuff for the dining room for you to put on the table. I even found some old pumpkins left over from Halloween and some squashes in the garden. It's all ready to go.
Great, sweetie. I don't turn around from taking a roasting pan of candied carrots and roasted sweet potatoes out of the oven. I set the steaming pan on the stove and slide the extra tray of stuffing underneath the turkey, which is browning nicely on the top rack. I stand back and run my wrist across my sweaty forehead. I blow out my cheeks and toss my pot holders on the counter before I turn back to the food processor. I plug it in and dump in 2 cans of mashed pumpkin. I measure in the spices, sugar, and condensed milk, and I turn it on. After I mix the pumpkin pie filling, I go back to the counter and unwrap the cold pie crust dough I made yesterday. I push it down on the counter, and it crumbles into a million tiny, rock-hard balls. "Oh no!" I exclaim.
What's wrong, Mom? Zach asks behind me.
This pie crust dough is no good. I don't know what's wrong with it. I took extra care when I made it yesterday. Now it's ruined.
Let me help you, he offers. We can make another batch.
We don't have time. The guests will be here any second. I feel panic rising in my middle. We have to think of something fast, or we won't have any dessert to serve them.
I'll run down to Peterborough and get a few pumpkin pies from the grocery store, he suggests.
I spin around. You can't do that. You'll miss dinner. Besides, Gilly will be here before you get back. He cracks a grin, dives in, and kisses me on the cheek.
That will give you the perfect opportunity to get to know her. I'm off. And don't forget, Mom, Gilly wants to help too. You can give her jobs helping set up, especially since I won't be here.
I barely have time to say, I couldn't do that, before he jets out the door. The next minute, his car whispers off down the road. I scoop the remains of my pie crust dough into the trash and heave another sigh. So much for that. I'll have to make 50 pies after this to make sure there's nothing wrong with my recipe. I can't have my pie crust crapping out on Thanksgiving Day. I throw out the filling, too. Then I get to work on the cranberry sauce. I stir it in the pan and find it gelling nicely. At least that's going well. And the stuffing, turkey, vegetables, gravy, carrots, and sweet potatoes are all good, too. My guests and I won't come up short of things to eat. That's for certain. I only hope Zach gets back in time with the pie. Thanksgiving wouldn't be Thanksgiving without pumpkin pie. I dry my hands and take off my apron. I go into the dining room to finish setting the table when someone knocks on the door. I open it to find David on the porch. He beams at me and holds out a dish.
I made pumpkin pie.
I pick my jaw up off the floor and stare down at the pan in his hands. It steams succulent, pumpkin-y smells into my nose. Nutmeg and cinnamon, caramelized sugar, buttery crust. This pie looks like it came off a grocery store shelf. A perfect star of slits decorates the undulating golden top. His face starts to fall.
Don't you like it?
It's incredible, I whisper. Did you really make it?
Oh, thank goodness you like it, he exclaims. I worked on it all morning. I made the salad, too. Here you go.
This pie smells fantastic. I take it out of his hands. I told you that you could cook if you just tried.
You were right. It wasn't easy, but I did it in the end. I made up my mind I was going to contribute something to this dinner, and I didn't quit until I did it. I'm proud of myself.
I'm proud of you, too. Come on in. I take the pie to the kitchen, and he follows me. For the first time in a long time, being alone with him in my house doesn't feel awkward. He feels like he belongs here. I put the pie on the counter. You're just in time. My pie crust dough fell apart. I was worried we wouldn't have any pie, so Zach ran down to the grocery store to pick some up. He raises an eyebrow.
The grocery store in Peterborough?
Yeah. He leans against the counter.
In that case, you should say I would have been just in time if I came before he left. You should have texted me.
I would have if I had known you were going to make a pie, I counter. Never mind. Now we'll have extra. He looks around the kitchen.
This place reminds me of my childhood. My mom would go all out for Thanksgiving. The kitchen always looked like Hurricane Katrina hit. It looked something like this.
I snort in indignation. Thanks a lot. Where's Ariel?
She's spending the day with Patty Matthews. They'll be here any second. Can I help with anything?
You already did by making that pie and the salad. Now you can relax.
What about the table?
He sticks his head into the dining room.
Someone should set it.
I was just about to. I go with him into the dining room when another knock drums on the door. I open it, and for a second, I'm not sure who I'm looking at. A beautiful young girl stands on the porch. She wears a trim floral-patterned dress down to her knees, with a tight white long-sleeved shirt underneath it. She wears knee-high brown leather boots underneath it. I stare at her hard before I recognize Gilly. I never realized she was Asian under all that stage makeup. Now, without it, she looks absolutely stunning. Her long, silken black hair drapes her shoulders, and her delicate eyes study my face. She looks sideways. I might have the wrong house. I'm looking for Margaret Nichols' house. I snap out of my shock and lunge for her. This is the right house. Come in, Gilly. I'm so happy to meet you at last. I'm Margaret Nichols. I'm sorry Zach isn't here to greet you. We had a little mix-up with the pumpkin pie, so he ran down to the grocery store to pick some up. Hopefully he won't be too long. She bends down and picks up a gift bag from the porch at her feet. Actually, I brought a pumpkin pie. I made it this morning. I wasn't sure if you would need it, but I wanted to bring something, so here it is. She hands over the bag. I look down at it in amazement. You made it? Yeah. She gives a delightful little laugh. It shines out of her face and warms my heart. I hope it's good. I herd her into the house. I'm sure it will be. Come in, please. This is Detective Graham. She laughs again. I know David very well. He laughs too and hugs her around the shoulders.
How are you, girlie?
I take the bag into the kitchen and take out Gilly's pie. It glows with a crust of buttery sugar across the top. The perfectly crimped edge oozes darker brown pumpkin juice. A spurt of saliva seeps under my tongue. How can these people be so much better at making pumpkin pie than I am? Laughter draws me back to the dining room, and I find Gilly and David sharing a joke. She turns to me when I enter. Is the pie all right? It's beautiful, and it smells delectable.
Margaret and I were just about to set the table,
David tells her. Oh, let me help. Gilly leaps toward the table. I want to help. Give me a job, Margaret. Okay, here's the tablecloth. Spread that out and then arrange these leaves and branches and pumpkins into a display at the center, while I get out the plates and the cutlery. Gilly sets to work. David backs off into the living room. Gilly smooths out the tablecloth and starts sorting the items into a display while I hand out the plates. These leaves are beautiful, she remarks. I love the contrasting colors. They make such a nice combination of textures with the pumpkins. Zach collected them, I tell her. He has such an eye for color and design. He's really getting into web design, but I guess you knew that. He showed me your band's page the other day. She casts a glance at me over her shoulder and blushes. I'm embarrassed that you saw that. Don't be. I'm sure your fans love it. Yeah, they do, she replies. But I'm not so sure about the name. I'm trying to get the other girls to change it. Why? I ask. It seems to fit your band's image pretty well. It does. It just doesn't sound very good to me,
I mean, lacerated gangrene? It's disgusting.
I laugh along with her. I have to admit, it doesn't sound very nice to me either. But then again, I'm not exactly your target demographic. No, you're not. She smiles at me, and we share a moment of deep connection. I circle the table, putting the utensils at each place. So, what name do you think you should use? Her black hair covers her face when she shakes her head. You'll laugh. No, I won't. I insist. I promise.
I don't know. Screaming Riot? Insanity Factory? Dance to Collapse? Hysterical Revenge?
I burst out laughing. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
I told you so.
I do my best to suppress my laughter, but I don't do a very good job of it. The names sound too ridiculous to take seriously. So, what do the other girls think?
They say none of them sound as good as Lacerated Gangrene. They think that name works the best because it's the worst.
I make a face. I suppose if you're trying to be offensive, it is. She laughs too. This moment feels so good. I never dreamed I could hit it off with her so well, and it isn't just her looks that put my mind at rest. She really is a lovely girl. She's smart and witty and helpful and friendly. I'm delighted to have her in the house. I'm even more delighted with the display she creates on the table. She arranges the leaves and pumpkins around the candlesticks, and even the dark brown of the branches adds to the effect. I couldn't have done it better. We keep chatting and working until the table looks stunning and ready for the Queen of England to visit. I'm just putting the butter in its dish when another knock rattles the house. David answers it, and the next minute, Ariel and Patty come in. Ariel holds out a pan.
We made pumpkin pie, Margaret.
Patty carries 2 more pies, 1 in each hand.
I hope we're not too late. We went apple picking, and then we took the apples back to my house and had a pie party. Didn't we, darling?
She elbows Ariel, and the two share a mischievous grin. I take the pies to the kitchen. If this keeps up, we'll be eating a pie each for dessert, and I don't think my waistline can handle that. A babble of talking and laughing entices me to the living room, where all 4 of my guests sit around in a swelter of excited conversation. Ariel sits next to David on the couch, and I can't help noticing how close they're sitting. They talk and smile at each other like they've known each other all of Ariel's life. No one would ever suspect they only just found each other after 15 years apart. Patty looks happy too. I haven't seen her like this before. She relaxes in one of my armchairs and carries on a discussion with Gilly. I linger in the doorway. I don't need to insert myself into this scene. Everyone is enjoying themselves so much, I only want to stand back and let it continue. I did this. I brought these people together for a day of food, happiness, and companionship. That's accomplishment enough for me. Just then, Zach bustles in, balancing 3 boxes in a stack on one hand. He shuts the door against the cold. I got them, Mom. He breathes. Oh, good. You haven't started dinner. I hesitate to follow him into the kitchen. I shudder to think how he'll react when he finds 5 pies already here. He halts in the door and stares. He glances at me, and looks back at the counter. "I'm sorry, sweetie," I murmur. "I didn't know the others were going to bring pie. I wouldn't have bothered you to drive all the way to Peterborough if I had known." He blinks. Then he cracks a wry grin. "Well, that just means we'll have plenty of pie to eat for the next 6 months." He strides into the kitchen and adds his hoard to the others lining up next to the sink. He unstacks the boxes and lays all the pies out in a long row. 8 pumpkin pies. Some Thanksgiving this turned out to be. While I'm carrying all the food into the dining room, my kitchen timer goes off. I shut off the dinging noise and crack the oven. A plume of steam greets me, and I lift out the shimmering brown turkey. I shove a thermometer into the breast. It's perfect. Zach sticks his head into the living room. "Dinner time, everybody." In a few minutes, everyone floods the dining room. I never really let myself visualize what this Thanksgiving would look like. I never shared Thanksgiving with anyone before, besides my former husband and Zach. Now it's happening. Me and Zach and 4 other random misfits. They aren't misfits, though. They fit all right. They fit in a way my old family never did. Not even Zach could make it work between me and my ex-husband. Now I'm sitting down to dinner with people I've known less than a year. One of them I just met less than an hour ago. Even she belongs here in a way I never could have imagined. Zach waves me toward the head of the table. "That's your place, Mom." My cheeks burn, but he's right. I'm the founder of this feast. I have no choice but to take my place in the seat of honor. I did this. I created this atmosphere where these people could experience this moment of togetherness. Zach sits on my right, with Gilly at his side. David takes the chair to my left, with Ariel next to him. Patty occupies the seat at the other end of the table, where I can see the beaming happiness on her wrinkled old face. I never thought she could be family, but somehow she is. Everyone looks to me to say grace. I fold my hands in my lap, but I don't bow my head. I scan the faces surrounding me. When I look around this room, I see so many things I'm grateful for. Each one of you represents something I am profoundly grateful for. I'm not just grateful for this food, and this house, and this time with all of you. I'm grateful for what each of you brings to my life. Each of you makes my life so rich and so meaningful and so beautiful. I thank all of you for being here, not just for Thanksgiving, but always. I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you. For a minute, everyone sits silent. They gaze back at me. I can't tell what they're thinking. It wasn't your typical Thanksgiving grace, but it came from my heart. I couldn't let the moment go by without saying that. All at once, they all chorus together, "Amen." Before I can react, the place erupts in conversation and arms reaching out for the food. Zach grabs the sweet potatoes. He serves Gilly and then himself. David picks up the carving knife and fork. He points them toward the turkey. "May I do the honors, Miss Nichols?" I jump alert and wave toward the bird. "By all means, Detective." He gets to his feet and starts carving. Patty takes a helping of salad. Dishes get passed here and there. I'm the last to join the feeding frenzy. David finishes carving and hands out slices of meat to everyone. He asks, "Dark or light?" and doles out the turkey accordingly. In a few minutes, everyone gets busy eating. I take a bite of my turkey, but I can't stop looking around at the contented faces of my closest loved ones. Every face at this table belongs to an everlasting gobstopper, a complicated, interlayered conundrum. I could study these people for the rest of my life and never understand all their intricacies and interrelated details. All people must be like that. I'm like that too. I keep discovering parts of myself. I'm more complicated than even I know. Every year, every turn of the road, I unwrap another layer to reveal the inner core underneath. I think that's who I am, only to discover something richer and deeper and more meaningful at the next turning point. I never want to stop looking at these people, my family. Their presence and happiness fill me with joy and poignant pride. I wish I could preserve this moment forever. I'll just have to preserve it in my memory. This is the best Thanksgiving of my life. Just then, a warm hand closes over mine in my lap. It squeezes my fingers. It couldn't be Zach. He has his eyes full of Gilly. When I look the other way, I find David gazing down at me. Ariel chats to Patty on her other side. David looks at me, and his eyes shine with affection and care. Only he could hold my hand under the table like that. I never should have held myself back from receiving his attention and his fond feelings. If I erected a barrier to stop us from getting back together, it dissolves now. We hold hands under the table. No one has to know but us. The pain that tore us apart heals into fragile, new, sensitive skin. We're together again, the way we were before, but stronger and better and closer. I'm grateful for him. My life would be a poor excuse for an existence without him. I never want to let go of that hand. I never want to return to the days of making it through without him. Nothing can ruin this now. Not even spoiled pie crust dough can stop Thanksgiving. Love will always conquer. This has been Back on the Sweets by Wendy Meadows, narrated by Lily Jane.